How many bloody times? No, I know all of that, mate. I know all of that. I'm talking about. Yeah. And you didn't know. That was just it. Okay, right, okay. Blooming heck, man. Heidi-ho. Go on, little BAA. Go on, girl. Aren't we lucky to have her back? She was going to be executed. King Henry VIII had put the well, she was. It is a bit dramatic, isn't it? So wonky. I had a Spitfire, the profile of a Spitfire on my golf ball the other day, and she went all the way round, the whole round with me, and every time I lined her up I put the Spitfire facing forward and I said, "Fly, little Spitfire," and she did, man, she did. She netted me an 80, well, grossed me an 86. Sorry, just leveling up, folks. How you doing? Wipe the sleep from your eyes, folks. Could be Dave, that. Yeah, Bruce Fine making a valid point there about Air New Zealand trying to come back to London Heathrow, but lack of slots. Virgin have just picked a load up from Emirates, haven't they? It's quite a lot of. It's a very busy airport, and you just can't get the slots. Tell you what is going to be busy next week, and that's bleeding Anchorage. I'm reading that there's all sorts of, lots of additional aircraft being put on by many operators for the Black Friday movements. Chris Mason loving the location. Lovely old A300 that we talked about the other day, sitting there with DHL. Yeah, of course, the other thing with the Air New Zealand return would be non-stop Auckland, London Heathrow. That's what they're thinking. 777 A350-900 EULR has the capability. Never got down to it with the 777-300 in terms of its capability of non-stop. What is that, folks? Oh. 13,000 kilometres. London Heathrow to Auckland. Sorry folks, we get a lot more Dreamliners. Just let that American jet trundle off down the runway on its merry way. Always love an A300. This thing will go up like a skyrocket. Plane spotting news and gaming. He's gifted the channel membership. Thank you. Plane spotting news and gaming. Here we go. Make that two. Plane spotting news. I don't know if that's a glitch or rotate. Here we go. Oh, okay, okay. Who's that? What's that, Jilly? Tom Collins, Tommy Collins, is on a Virgin jet headed for Atlanta. Look at that. Look at that. Where is that? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? There he should be there. Look at that. Look at that on the turn there, man. Wow, look at that, man. Wow. VS103, we're looking out for you, mate. He's on the right-hand side. We might get a bit of a, oh, lovely 777. Here we go. Thank you. What a lovely day to view Heathrow planes. Just going to get this funky shot here, folks. Stand by. Funk and ice. How about that? Oh, no. No, it's... Go on, son! Peter Witter. E&D, yeah, great name for a band, Funk and Ice. Now I think these are Pratt & Whitney's, folks. You can hear on this A330 that's lining up with Delta right now. So much going on! Look at her, man, look at her. Just look at her. Pratt's all right. 2000s, I think. The Pratt & Whitney PW 2000s. What's that over the top of me then, GP? Eastbound. Coming in from the west. ASL Belgium freighter. I'm hearing that apparently Air France / KLM Cargo Lux, not Cargo Lux, sorry, Martin Air, the freight division. Oh, I had a beautiful funky shot then, man, with that. Oh, that's a shame. Martin Air are bringing a LAX to Schiphol I think it is. Oh, Hong Kong Schiphol. Sorry, my apologies. Now that won't go via Anchorage, will it? I don't think. I think that'll be direct Hong Kong Schiphol, won't it? Nice. Is that low lander? There we go. Low lander. ASL to Liège. Kathy Williams, thank you. And P. John Tame. Gina Graham, good morning to you. Very nice day as it is here in Palma de Mallorca. DNA. Oh, Lauren, yes, met her at the Renaissance. Of course, met up with Russ yesterday. Funny, we went to the model fair at Sandown yesterday. So I've turned up in my toy fair, yeah. So I've turned up in my Big Jet TV white hoodie, which I never really wear other than underneath something like I am today. And I turn up, and then there's Russell standing there, and he's got his one on as well. He had to be there. It's quite funny, but he had to wear it because he squashed a load of chocolate down his suit or something like that. So anyway, yeah, big shout out to Russ. Big shout out to Dan, the Gemini man. Hey, how you doing? I wonder if he's wearing the same clothes today as he was yesterday and the day before. Oh yeah, Russ is... Oh no, it's Dan's son, isn't it? What is Dan's son's name? Yeah, why didn't he tell us, man? Jet! That was it, Jet! Ooh. Karina's so ready for Anchorage. Andy Turner, welcome back, Andy. Going to be joining us in Anchorage next week. Nick Gray, nice to see the sun back at Heathrow. It is, isn't it? It's over the top of it. Delta. Oh, it's a 330-neo, is it? Had some crazy storms move through the state here yesterday. Rachel Van Zeller saying got a bit of heavy rain tonight, like heavy rain, but not too much of it. Nadine, good morning. Man bag was Anchorage check-in. Okay, Beverly George gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Beverly. So yeah, it is interesting that check-in at Seattle. It is interesting to note that at least Air New Zealand are looking at the option of flying out of London Heathrow again. What a wonderful thing that would be, eh? I'm wondering if it's is it something that that they'd like to pick up almost at, well, I mean, if there was a slot available, they'd pick it up, wouldn't they? It's only one, only need one slot. Not asking much. Listen to this thing fire up. Need a little bit of power to get her up to the line, because there's a bit of a slope there, you see, where he's going to turn left now, or she. Look at the exhaust gases the vents being, the overruns being vented off out of that engine. This she comes. The idea candle makers, I'm landing in 25 minutes from San Fran. BA Wi-Fi, really? What, we're 25 minutes out? I stopped it by now, wouldn't they? Not only that, but you're the luckiest. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you're the luckiest person in the world if you've got BA Wi-Fi. Must be up the front. Andy Turner's gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, Andy. And lots of new people getting involved there. Well, we'll try and get you, I don't know if you can hear me, Mr. Candle Maker. He's on the BA 380, is he? Clifford Warner has upgraded his membership to first class. Thank you, Clifford. Welcome, my friend. Of course, we've got some big heavy hitters to come out, folks. Singapore Slinger is, well, Singapore Slinger's late, isn't it, to go? And Jed. So who's dumped their Twitter account for Blue Sky? Come on in. Let's see how many people have done that. Old Elon's, I think he's lost a little bit of sleep overnight. Not that he would do really anyway, but yeah, the new Blue Sky. We've joined it. If you're interested in following us on there, folks, it just appears to be a more, well, believe it or not, what's interesting is that the new Blue Sky platform has been created by the original creator of Twitter, the founder of Twitter, and he's basically policing it to the point where there's no BS on it, or it's kind of got a little bit out of hand on Twitter now, hasn't it? We just kind of use it. I use it to scroll through and look at funny animals and stuff like that. And we also use it as a platform for anybody who's on Twitter, who follows us on Twitter. Of course, we do have quite a few followers, don't we? 170 odd thousand or something like that, is it? I don't know, maybe less than that. 117,000, right? Okay. Yeah, we lost 1,000 followers on Twitter overnight, which shows that there's something happening, something afoot. Yes, mass exodus. Run for the hills! More Blue Sky. WN 409, 419. Ohio is back. Yes, there we go, Steph. Just uses it as a platform to communicate with us. There we go. Harley One. Blue Sky is a new social media platform, which is nothing to do with politics. It's nothing to do with politics. In fact, if anything, it's the Blue Sky is the equivalent of what Big Jet TV is to the community. in terms of cleaning everything up and offering a nice clean place for people to go. But anyway, we'll see how it grows over time. Chris Toonbar has given a shout out to Andy, thanking him for the gifted membership. Thanks, Chris, appreciate that. Tom Stevens is a he's a returning member on BJ TV. That wasn't smoke pouring off the wheels. That was vented gases coming out from the engines. Suffragette. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Just as it looks like it's Danny Maguire's gifted the channel. Watts giving a shout out to Carol, thanking her for the gifted membership. That's Carol Crozier has gifted a channel membership, and we got Danny Maguire as well. Thanks, Danny. Paul Beasley's gifted a channel membership. Wow. Tom Stevens, we got him back at premium. Thank you, mate. So the Sri Lankan crew were down in the reception just now, heading out for the airport. So we'll be catching them going out. I didn't speak to them or anything like that. Just oh, I love Adam Partridge, Barry. Tom Collins, we're taxiing now. Keep an eye on that, GP. Funky shot, inbound. Semi-funky. Look at the grass behind me. Craigie Gerard. Good morning, Craig Gerard. Turner's gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, mate. Wow. Very kind of you guys. Very, very kind of you. So Tom Collins, Gilly, don't forget he's taxiing. He said he's taxiing. 103. So he'll come out from the cul-de-sac, will he? Will he come out from the cul-de-sac, right-hand side of the tower? He's on the right side, so we won't see him until he's literally as this position is. It's a very slow creep onto the runway, isn't it? Okay, Tommy's saying I'm in the 4th window back from the door that's behind the wing. Okay, we got you, mate. hold your phone up to the window with the torch on is the best way to deal with that. Karina's gifted 5 channel memberships, blimey. Thank you, Karina. Yeah, we don't want to talk politics on here, mate. We don't want to talk left and right. We're nothing to do with that. Please, we'll just time you out or, you know, whatever. You know, this is not a place to vent your political angst, okay? Forget about it. We're not interested. Interesting. Another Air Canada 330 parked up there on the remote stand. I'm guessing there's nothing sort of like, you know. Go on, son! Probably the best thing to do, Steve, to be honest with you. Mr. Stibbons. Suho. Let's give you the challenge. It's difficult when you've got so much going on at the entry point to the runway. When it's congested like it is. Wish I'd never mentioned it now. Flipping it. People getting proper flipping on their high horses, aren't they? I mean, O'Reilly. Some proper, very sensitive people out there, aren't there? And then it's not even their flipping platform. Whatever. So protected. Sam Brown has gifted 5 channel memberships. Sam, thank you. Very kind thing to do, my friend. Here he comes. Do, 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 do. Big old lad. And here comes, is it Tom Collins? Is it Tom Collins? Okay, here comes Tom Collins. He's taxiing now. Georgie boy, Georgie. Oh, no, it's Georgie girl, isn't it? Going back to 747 in space, isn't there a possibility of returning them? Why haven't they been scrapped, Georgie boy? Well, that is a question which only the folks at BA know, whether they've actually offloaded those 747s back to whoever, whether they've sold them on or what. I mean, I don't know. There was, you know, the couple of aircraft were sold for like £1, weren't they? For £1 or something like that. So that there had to be some kind of a financial transaction in order for it to happen. It's great this time of day, isn't it? When you see the right through the engines on this beautiful Dreamliner. Listen to her sitting there. Oh. Colin Blaine, USC 340-600 in about 5 to 10 minutes to your north, flight level 360. To your north, heading which direction? Colin? I saw somebody painting something in teal the other day, and it was a much lighter colour than this. Thank you, Jimmy G. Jimmy G. Andrew Collier's gifted a channel. Nice one, Andrew. Blustery up here on the top of the courtyard, man. I'm telling you, won't be anyone out watching planes today from the restaurant. I doubt very much. Indeed, God bless you. Lovely. Trent 700 powered Air Canada 330. Look at the big lad lining up. It's like lining up in your SUV, isn't it? Red 5, loving the Vietnam livery. Here we go! Bruce Fine, great rumble. Turn it, burn it. I'll tell you what, that Singapore 747 going out, that freighter going out last night, mate. Wow, what a noise that thing made. Did you hear it? Yes. Yeah. The Singapore Slinger, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a wing wave there. Unintentional, of course. Maybe a tiny amount of crosswind, maybe, but it's a direct westerly today, I think. Should get a nice big turn out of this one any moment now. Left turn climb. Right here then. Let's go left. There it comes. American 777 standing by. Caution, wake turbulence. Leslie Fraser, thanks. 5 channel memberships. Oh, I've flown on this. Not that, but this. Not that. Tom Collins were behind the Brussels 320. I got you, mate, don't you worry. I've flown on this before it was painted. How about that? I was on its second operational flight, yeah. And interestingly enough, when Russell got off his Virgin flight the other day, he was at the carousel, and the captain came up to him because Russell was wearing his Big Jet TV hoodie, and the captain reached into his bag and said, "Look, I've got a Big Jet TV mug," or his, what's it called, coffee holder or whatever it is. So I don't know who that was. There you go. So coffee, yeah, you know, coffee, you know, flask, yeah. Stainless steel one. So he's gone out of his way to do that. Fair play. I don't know who that was, man. 350 pilot, that's for sure. If Air New Zealand did return back to Heathrow, which route would it take, via Los Angeles or Singapore, Captain Bob? Well, the proposal is to go Auckland to London Heathrow direct, making it the longest route, I think, 13,000 and some change kilometres. I think it is. Okay, here we go. Look out for it. Behind the wing, the door behind the wing. Stand by. No, it should be even easier with the sun, to be honest with you, because it's a bright light we're looking for, isn't it? Okay, stand by, Tom, stand by. Of course, now he's got his phone up at the window. Everyone's looking at him going, what's he doing? Okay, here we go, here we go. Got him, got him. Got him. Yeah, there he is. Got you, mate. Brilliant. Fire it up! Have a great flight, mate. The A380 touching down. Oh, man. Before he rotates, let's just grab that. Looks like a jumbo. Or is it a 380? No, that's a UPS 747, isn't it? Or is it a Lufthansa 747? I can never tell sometimes. Oh, Tom should have Wi-Fi up until around about now. Run around! Not Wi-Fi, signal on his phone, yeah. Russell Prestwick, I did hear that, you know how, wow, look at that double 380 touchdowns with BA. You know how anal I am in terms of bringing you, well, first of all, infrastructure. We don't want anything in the way in terms of infrastructure, and also I believe that shot from Seoul is quite some distance from the active runway. I'll have to have a look back at it, but we'd have to do a little bit more research. But apparently there's also a dirty great big flagpole with a great big Korean flag in the middle of the shot as well, which would wind me up no end. Gina Graham, short visit today. See you in Anchorage. Indeed, we will see you there, Gina. Full silent. Oh yeah, look at that. That's autopilot doing that, man. Look at that. How cool is that? Did we get a... Big Alpine! Gary Pitt, good morning to you. Oh, what, that one that was just over the top? It was a 346, was it? Oh, okay, so it wasn't a jumbo and it wasn't a 380. It was a Lufthansa 346. No. Oh, it was the USC one that... Ah! That one was in at Heathrow, yes, indeed. Sorry, folks. Rachel Van Zeller. Air Canada plane over there has its zinc on. It's gonna get its zinc on, man. Where's that? I can't see it because of the glare that I'm getting from the sun directly at me. But she's saying that the Air Canada jet over there's got its zinc on. Don't quite. Zinc, Z-I-N-C. I don't know. That's why I don't understand it. Brian Stewart, USC has one 346 and one 343. That was a 6 over the top just now. That went tech. Okay, right, Heathrow. Oh, okay. Russell Prestwich. No was very clear and no obstacles landing and takeoff. They are on again tomorrow. They are good. Russell Prestwich saying. Okay, well, we'll have to have a look because that's contrary to what I've heard. I was under the assumption that the aircraft were quite some distance, and also that there was a. I'll have to have a look at it. I'll make my own mind up, Russell, but thank you anyway. James Dayton's gifted 10 channel memberships. James, that's very kind of you. And Leslie Fraser has gifted 5 as well. I mean, I'm up for anything, folks. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the stuff they put over the front of their nose. Oh, okay, yeah, so right, okay, yeah, right, yeah. He's still doing the rounds, the old fella, isn't he? Look. Trixie 270. How old are the 346s? Well, they're all quite old now, aren't they? Getting into their mid-20s, I think. The 346s. Correct me if I'm wrong. Still operational, of course, both in a passenger and P2F freighter configuration. Not converted freighter with a freight door. But P2F conversion. We'll be in the air, we'll literally door to door will be a day. 24 hours from Tulsa. Well, isn't it? I thought that time when I landed and you said 17 hours then. Sorry, it'll be about 17 hours. My apologies, yeah. Bleeding long enough, mate, put it that way. It's a fair old slap. Stu and the crew. The old fire engine coming to charge Jerry's driveway soon. No, that's about as far as I go on the vintage stuff. I did buy some lovely old models, old die-cast dinky toys yesterday, which took me way back to my childhood, man. Steamrollers and dumper trucks and military guns and things like that. Bought a little collection of die-casts, and they have now got a special place. Oi! Who's out about that? Ian Hanna, Airbus are forecasting the Asia Pacific region will need 19,500 new aircraft over the next 20 years. That's one heck of a lot of new aircraft. Well, that's kind of a number that fluctuates, isn't it, in the marketplace in terms of demand and so on and so forth. But yes, that's long been a known figure in terms of future aircraft demand, and that's over you know, that's between airframers with Boeing and an Airbus, and of course a bit of Embraer thrown in there as well, and ATR regional aircraft. Don't forget that's 19,500 aircraft of all different types, and Joanna B. No, the other pinkies that you might have seen. Someone sent us a picture actually of another pinky, which we believe have been painted for the breast cancer awareness campaign, which is an ongoing thing, to be honest with you. Helen Clapp, good morning. Feather Duster, Chad Hart. Steffi Quinlan, do they do tanks? Yes, of course they do. There were lots of military bits and bobs. Go on, little fella. Saying, see that Air China have taken the plunge, ordering Comac 959s, still at design stage, reckon to challenge the 777 A350. Well, you know what is interesting is that I believe that the Chinese government actually made it, like not forced Air China, but demanded in a way that Air China order the Comac jets. Not sure about the 959 though. I haven't even. If it's still in its design stage, that could be another between 5 and 10 years before, if it's a clean sheet aircraft. See you, Karina. Dylan Zane. Robert White, that wasn't a private flight, my friend. It's a scheduled passenger service on the E1. Sorry, the is it the CRJ? Yeah, the Logan Air jet that just went out. C1 ERJ 145. There we go. Yes. for that. Getting a good, decent amount of wizard right there. Thank you, Michael M. E145. I was going to say E145, but then I was just like, because you kind of mix it up with that CRJ, don't you, sometimes? But no, the E145 with the Allison engines, which Allison, as an engine manufacturer, harps a long way back, goes a long way back in terms of its heritage. Look out for the engine intakes. These two playing about. Apparently he's got either half a mile or a mile of hose in the back of that vehicle. That's why they keep it there. So if they need to access a position where they can't get the vehicle to or whatever, or they need to feed the other vehicles. Alex Hill feeling cold already, haven't even got to Anchorage. I tell you what, I'm gonna sling my other jacket on, I think. It's bleeding tape, isn't it? Did you hear about Air New Zealand's Air New Zealand? Talking of Air New Zealand, Project Sunrise on Qantas. Yeah, that's been in the system for a number of years now, hasn't it? Qantas's Project Sunrise. Lee Greater X as well joining in that conversation. Obviously people joining in that conversation because they're perhaps watching on replay. Hello to everybody who's just joined us and watching the comments on replay. Of course, looking at those discussion that we had regarding Air New Zealand and their wish to resume flights direct Auckland to London Heathrow. How about that? The force, Luke. Yeah, it's a proper toy convention yesterday, man. Couldn't believe that none of the ATMs were working. Had to walk like a mile up the road to the Sainsbury's, Tesco's, or wherever the hell it was. Wow, look at this. It's crazy how Heathrow can grow quiet and then all of a sudden blasts back into life. The old metal to metal sound there. I wonder if these Trents are gonna, because they're very slow on the uptake, these the Trent 700s, aren't they? Take a hell of a long time to reach the takeoff thrust set, I think. Listen how long it takes them. Trixie, it wasn't Kempton, it was Sandown. Robert White, runway maintenance generally done at night. Virgin 330 CEOs back to the lease companies. Well, I say back to the lease companies. Well, yes, I think even the Thai, the aircraft that were marked the new Thai livery, ex-Virgin Atlantic, were obviously went back to the lease company, but the lease company, in order to speed up that process, had the aircraft painted. Where were they painted? Those Thai, the Virgin, ex-Virgin jets, were they painted here in the UK or? Oh, hello. Talking of Thai, here we go. Busted. Cloud base is. I don't know what that cloud base is in terms of its height. Might get a little bit of thermodynamic action from that jet, especially as she makes a turn like that. Of course, they're doing the Brussels freight runs at the moment with nice bit of wingtip vortex coming off there, man. Look at that. They're still doing the freight runs, and they will be for quite some time now with Virgin Atlantic. using both the 330s and the 350s. Start her up. Oh, Reza Osmar asking that when are Virgin getting rid of their 330 CEOs? Well, they're slowly doing it, Reza. It's a procedure which is I believe they're planning to have them disposed of by the end of the year. That's what I heard. I'm sure I heard that, but it may have changed just purely down to the fact that they need to maintain the slots for Tel Aviv, which they're not operating at the moment. So as a result of that, they have to keep flying their aircraft whilst they're supposed to be flying to Tel Aviv in order to keep the slots open. Start up on the GEs. Barry Price, 3-stage spool up on the Trent 700s. Thank you, Barry. When I arrived back here recently from my European shows at night, I see the maintenance, the roadworks teams all sitting at the side of the runway waiting for the runway to close and for them to start maintenance on the runways. They just do patch by patch, literally bit by bit. Lee Greatrex, my local airport, East Midlands, is closing its runway for 8 hours every Wednesday from early December until late January for runway maintenance. That'll be in the evening as well, won't it? Harrison Asiana, we have discussed Paris in the past on a number of occasions actually, and it's unlikely at this stage with Charles de Gaulle. The problem with Charles de Gaulle, firstly, is that it's completely surrounded by fence line, much like Heathrow, you know. So getting a position is very difficult. You know, I'm very fussy. I'm very fussy when it comes to filming planes. I like to have enough there to keep people entertained. I'm not interested if the planes are miles away or if we just get a glimpse of the aircraft. That's not what I'm up for. I want to bring you as much close action as I possibly can. So Paris at this stage, plus not only that, but they're very. It's a huge airfield. So getting from one side to the other is a monumental task, and also the local authorities are involved as well. You have to get permits to film there. It's a lot easier being a photographer than it is being a camera person, should I say. If you look now, I feel like temperature at Anchorage this week is -19. It's -7. It's going to be about -7, isn't it? Not really, no. If it's right, I'm not fussy about it. I'm fussy for you lot. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Angry. Beautiful Thai jet coming out, man. I think this guy just might run it straight out. Big set of GE90s. It's funny, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, with Russell about Mackie D's and the fact that he just uses it for convenience, like we all do. Just come back to that in a second, folks. Just got this beautiful thing. We have a rolling permit with London Heathrow for filming, a rolling filming permit, which is up for renewal actually. I think this in the next month or so. It's almost a gentleman's agreement in it that we've got with Heathrow, really. You know, it's they've known us for so long now. There's always been permits for London Heathrow for filming. Always. It's not like when is it going to happen? It's always happened. But for streamers, well, you know, I don't know about the rest of them, but we are, like I say, we've got a great working relationship with London Heathrow. They know who we are. And, what's it? There's an engine starting over there. Posting it to us, Hatchie, that Delta gift. If you are considering that, don't keep it yourself. If it's really cool, take a picture and post it. Send us a picture of it. But it's definitely a. Yes, that is definitely a 777 starting its engines over in the maintenance section. I can see it now. I can see them. I can see the beacons are on. 2 engine. Nick Gray loving the 777. See-ho! Oh. Oh, it's an... Eh? Is that what you got for Delta flight? Oh, right. Yeah. We'll have that, mate. We'll have that. Send that to the PO box, mate, and we'll proudly display that in the cockpit section of the show. Air Force 340. 340? Wow. I see Airbus delivered an MRTT 330 the other day, but what was interesting about that MRTT, I've never seen it before, I don't think I have, unless all our military guys on here, whether they can confirm it, but it had the not only did it have the drogue capability for the hoses that come out of the off of the pods, the pod wing drogues, but also it had the same fueling system that drops out and down the back of the aircraft, like the KC-135. You know what I mean? Oh, there we go. This is a Virgin 350 freighter. Yeah, there we go. There we go, folks. Look at this. Now, watch this. This is going to be interesting because when I spoke to, oh yeah, Yam over there, man. When I spoke to Tom Critchell the other day about flying the Virgin freighter empty aircraft, this has got no passengers on it, folks. He said it was remarkable how the aircraft literally took off without the need to pull the stick back. That's insane, man. So this is going to Brussels, folks, taking freight to Brussels. What that freight comprises of, I'm not really sure. Whether it's car parts, aircraft parts, perishables. Oh, I've got the 340 from my... It's getting going quickly, isn't she? So that 340 is coming from the west, Gilly. Oh, for God's sake, right, okay. Look at that, man. So it's a government jet, yeah? That's pretty cool. So you're going to go left. Just grab that. I think that's a jumbo looking at it. Just looking at the condensation trail on her. Jumbo from the West GP. Atlas. Giant is their cool name, their cool signal, which is pretty cool. Found that out in Dallas, didn't we? That their call sign is Giant. Like. Just the two of them. Just the two flight crew on it. It's crazy, isn't it? Belly freight, of course, ladies and gents. So here's the Yam Yam. Good eye. The little Joey going out. Over Munich. Somebody saying Barbara Siegel, good morning to you. Hello everybody, hope you're doing well, enjoying your Sunday. Tucking into whatever you're tucking into. Maybe still laid up in bed and enjoying it, putting your feet up. Nice couple of late Rosie Lee. Always like seeing the Yam Yam. Amazing bit of artwork on this jet. Big old didgeridoo. Amazing. Aboriginal artwork. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Great achievement, isn't it? Back in the old days of like the 707s and all that, 33 hours it would take to get from London to Perth, I think it was. Back in the old days of like the 707s and all that mob. Let's just get a quick shot of that because that's... Met a fella last night as well when we were meeting with Russell and Dan, the aviation man. It was I can't remember his name, but he used to fly DC-9s and MD-11s, and a bit like our ATR 72-600 in February. Wow. So the poor old workers at Boeing, they're laying off about 17,000 staff, aren't they? I don't know if it's from all of the same, whether they're all machinists or what, but Boeing streamlining apparently. But it's a right shock to the system, isn't it, for all those workers that, yeah. And not only that, they're moving them on before the holidays as well, which is a little bit out of order, to be honest with you. There you go. Fired over the phone as well. Notices went out, didn't they? Either by email or whatever it is, and then there was a, you know, conference call to say you haven't got a job anymore. It's lovely, isn't it? Munich Airport, Aerostate saying. Okay, Victor Charlie 10. SAS flight SK794 East Copenhagen, Scorpion 7700. Looks like it's diverting to Munich. Harrison Avigiana is Virgin Brussels expected takeoff here. Sorry, Harris. Colin Blaine, of course Boeing would be able to deliver aircraft. That's why they're doing it, so that they can speed up the procedures and you know, moving people on. I think they are also, there's I can't remember exactly what it is that they called it, but it was getting them into another job somewhere in Boeing or something like that. Giving them the opportunity to maintain working with Boeing, but some of them are so disgruntled that they're not even going to bother. They're going to head off and do their own thing. Yes, Tony McCall, very true indeed. It's a bit of a shame how they go about announcing those layoffs. Mr. Rigsby, well, it is streamlining in terms of numbers. There's obviously they've looked at the numbers, looked at the individual jobs and their job descriptions, and whether they're vital to the process. It's just one of those things, I'm afraid. Tom Smutch. Airlines are desperate for Rolls-Royce engines. Why are Rolls-Royce letting their engineers go? Well, it's again, you know, it is one of those unfortunate things where, you know, cuts have to be made to potentially, you know, to save money and also to streamline the system. Can we do things differently? And can we do it quicker is the question. Rowata, no, it will not impact safety. I cannot stress enough that it will not impact safety in any way. 5-channel memberships. I don't know when that was, but thank you, Steph. It's very kind of you. Lovely old 777 sitting there. One of the old batch. Yeah, I mean, it's only for Boeing to know, really, in terms of where those layoffs are occurring. But you know, 170,000 employees, a 10% cut in the workforce. It just may be that they have found ways to streamline the assembly process, or the machinists. Be honest with you, when I hear the word machinists, I'm not surprised, but I'm just curious. As to the what it is that they're actually manufacturing at Boeing in terms of machinists. Because when you think of machinists, obviously you think of somebody fabricating something, you know, generally using these days 3D systems, die cut, laser cutting and all that kind of stuff. There's two United, lovely old two United jets, one behind the other, look. Move it on up. Well, yes, afterburner. Maybe that some executive staff are being laid off. I don't know whether it is. I'm not exactly sure. Nobody's completely sure about the... I'm sure there's something in the news there, though. Zoe, I'm not sure what question they are asking. I don't know if you've read that somewhere else or what, but everybody has their own opinions in terms of when it comes to very awkward situations like that with layoffs, especially at this time of year, I have to say. Because it's all part of the machinists' union, isn't it? Couple of right old United jets there, man. Trunk Pratt & Whitney engine heavy. Yeah, PW 4000s on this 777 and 2000s on the 76, I think, behind him. You'll hear this one rocking up to the line as well. He's had a glass of milk before he's come out. Here we go. There. Crazy is that noise, man. I think that's the vents closing. I think that's the vents closing, that very metallurgic sound. Is that the right word to use? Hear that 767 idling away in the background there. Of course, they banned the 777 Pratt & Whitney PW 4000 powered jets from Europe for a while, didn't they? I think it might be a last in, first out. I don't know, or whether it's you know, early retirement for some machinists, which I don't know. Anyway, sad days, always sad when you have to lay people off for restructuring purposes. It happens. It is just one of those things that's the norm in any large organisation. Smoky Joe. Listen to this. 31 years old, Stephen Curry. This 767. Taparay, loving it. 11-foot winglets on it. Look at those. Beautiful winglets, man. Big, solid, strong wing on it. What was that? Watch out for that, mate. Yeah, a bit of murmuration going on, do you? Right. Go on, son! I wonder what the efficiency differential is with the non-winglet variant of the 767 in terms of its efficiency, savings on fuel economy, etc. Is it what is it? 5%, 7%? Big old smoky departure there, man. Look at that thing. Baker, yes, I have to say it's quite a regular occurrence with these old 767s in terms of their reliability, engine reliability more than anything else, I think. Something, isn't it? The laid off staff remain on the payroll until January 2025. But then again, that's only 1 month, isn't it? It's not like it sounds like a you know, wow, it's still on the staff till on the payroll till 2025. Yeah, but that's next month, more or less. That's 1 month left they've got. Calthwaite, yes. Mentioning about reading an article in a magazine about the cost of retrofitting winglets to these jets. A lot of the 767s are retrofitted, and they cost a lot of money to retrofit. So you have to gamble that against the know, is it financially viable to spend all that money when you're talking about saving of, you know, well, I don't know what the percentage of saving it is. Look at this beautiful Air Canada Dreamliner come rocking up to the line. Swiss Jet always looks good, doesn't it? Pratt & Whitney's. Smooth transition. Might want to mark in your diary, folks, December the 30th. Yes, December the 30th, 30. We are possibly doing a special sim show with you guys. Afterburner. To be honest with you, the LEAP and the Pratt & Whitney engines do sound very similar when they're next to each other at idle. It's the spool up. Seems that the LEAP engine can give it a lot more power, whereas the Pratt & Whitney engine has a because it has a the gearbox is mounted on the spool itself. Planetary gearbox. I think that has something to do with the Pratt & Whitney's slow uptake. Howl is nothing to do with the engine, other than the air being sucked in through the engine and passing over the fan blades, the front fan blades, the main fan blades at low speed, and then once they pick up speed, then that howl dissipates. But the that you get is what I used to think was something to do with the gearbox, but it isn't. It's actually to do with low pressure air or air passing over the low pressure blades, which are obviously the fan blades at the front of the engine. See a little bit of see if we get any moisture being induced into those inlets. Here we go. Passing over the fan blades. It's a bit like blowing on a bottle that's got water in it, and you get that noise. What is that? Actually, you know, I reckon I might be able to get an answer out of Google. Milk bar must be open, mate, because look, quite a few of them have dipped into the milk bar this morning, haven't they? Good old Canadian hospitality. Listen to the vents close. Wow. Awesome transition, man. Yeah. They're still giving it somewhere. Ah, Well, there we go then. Afterburner. It's the combustor and bleed schedule. Okay. Well, then what we heard from our pilot is obviously the wrong information. I'd sooner listen, obviously, to my pilot followers. Mate, that is brilliant. Combustor bleed schedule. So what he's talking about there is, I think, the combustor, which is the hot part of the engine, which is where all the ignition happens. Well, not the ignition, but all the heat in the engine, the back end of the engine, the combustor, and the bleed. I'm guessing that's bleed air that is on spool up being delivered. Interesting. I'd love to. Thank you so much for that, Afterburner. Like to get more on that if I can. Love to see an example of that. And he is a Pratt & Whitney employee, so thank you for that. I don't think we've. And listen to this hum from these Trent 7s, man. Listen to that oscillation. Okay, so it's nothing to do with air passing over the fan blades. It's the combustor bleed schedule. Wow. Love that. Stuart M is a returning member. Welcome back, Stuart. We've got Samoa John has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Samoa John. Got a nice lime flavoured Iceland Air 737 Max. Yeah, so Afterburner, I know I keep coming back to you, mate. Thank you so much. That's great information, great feedback. So obviously it's a stage at which, when they throttle up with the thrust levers, when the thrust levers are applied forward for takeoff, the bleed air, I'm guessing, is it, or bleed into the combustor, a combination of the two. I want to learn. I want to learn. Thank you for that. John Nichols. Big G saying stunning picture quality today. Wow. Cucumber. Cucumber. People talking about the Vulcan howl. I'm guessing, you know what? I think, and I don't know if Afterburner will go with me on this one, but I think that Vulcan howl was probably related in some way to fuel, a surge of fuel, literally. From the combustor. In the combustion chamber. 4 of them, of course, don't forget. Because, of course, there were no afterburners on the, forgive the pun, but there were no afterburners on the Vulcan, apart from the one that was, there was a variant of the Vulcan, or the Vulcan engine, that was going to have afterburners on it, but it was, I don't think it ever made it into service or something like that. Tom Cox, according to the VP and General Manager of GTM, the sound is the transient low power combustor tone. This was spoken about in an interview on Flight Radar 24 to Avtalk. Tom Cox saying transient low power combustor. Okay, well that sounds very much like what the our member from Pratt & Whitney is saying, Afterburner saying that it is to do with the schedule, the combustor bleed schedule. So when he's talking about bleed, the only way I look at bleed is bleed air. So whether that's an induction of air into the combustor along with the fuel, I'm not sure. But I'd love to sort of like see that described in some way diagrammatically or something like that. That would be pretty damn cool, man. Thank you, Tom. Reza, why does the 330 lean forward a bit? Reza, do you know what? That's a great question. It is literally just the design of the aircraft. It's a... Oh, here we go. So now you'll see the pitch angle of the A330. It's nose heavy, looks like it anyway, a bit like a drag racer. Look at the back windows, how they pitch upwards, how they go upwards. That is just generally the design of the aircraft. The freighters, the factory freighters, actually have a modification underneath the undercarriage, or, well, at the top of the undercarriage, underneath the fuselage, which, mind that, pitches the aircraft level. But as you can see there, if you put a level on that aircraft right now, it would not be plumb. And that is obviously, I'm guessing, just down to the design of the aircraft. You'll find it on the 767-400 as well. Has a pitch like that. But you can see quite clearly there that the back windows are not straight, are they? From about the 10th window back, it starts to pitch upwards. And that is also in order for the cargo in the belly to fit properly. Otherwise it would have been too low. So, and you do notice that when you walk on those aircraft, trust me. When you walk from sort of like the front to the back, you can see it pitching upwards. Ellis Sherman, all turbine models have surge bleed valves that are involved with the transition from idle to high power operation and vice versa. They have nothing to do with other bleeds for aircraft or air or for air conditioning, I'm guessing, or whatever that is. Okay, so thank you, Ellis. I do love it. I do love it when we get pilots who are not just pilots, but they're knowledgeable on the engineering and technical stuff. I love that, man. Because obviously once the engines are started and are up to speed, they create their own bleed air and pressures. So much so that they use the first engine start to start the second engine. Once the first engine is up and running, generally, unless of course they do an all-engine start, the electrical systems allowing the Dreamliner to be able to start all dual engines. I've even been on an A380 when they've started all 4 engines at the same time. Les loves planes. Les going to be joining us in Anchorage next week. Now listen to the talking about bleed air and all that. There are vents underneath these engines. In fact, all of them. You can see that little spike at the bottom of the engine there. That's a vent which vents a number of different gases, overflow, etc., etc. But what you'll hear when this thing fires up, you'll hear a sudden. Here we go. there, folks. Afterburner and Ellis talking about the transition from idle, so to speak, to full power, takeoff thrust. So there's obviously a lot of things going on inside that engine that, because, you know, when you put an engine, any kind of combustion engine through those sorts of stresses, it's a bit like a, you know, think of it a bit like a drag racer, and how they literally have to break the engine down and rebuild it after every run because it puts so much stress on the working components of the engine. Of course, this is totally different. We don't have a crankshaft per se or pistons or anything like that. This is a turbojet and works completely differently. However, in terms of putting stresses through the engines, you imagine the amount of torque that's being delivered, and that's how amazingly impressive it is to see these engines go through so many cycles without needing maintenance. Although they do need a lot of maintenance, but they, you know, all the parameters are shown on the flight management system on the glass flight management screens, and also not only that, but the information is fed back to the head office as well with the engine manufacturers. That's part of the package that Rolls-Royce and General Electric and Pratt & Whitney offer the different operators, that we can look after your engines and indicate to you when there's an issue with that engine and it needs to be looked at. Peter Dwignan. Peter is a new member. Welcome to Peter. Good afternoon, everybody. Fun Gaming and RC is returning back. Afterburner, it's complicated. It's scheduling, fuel pressure and nozzle arrangement. Yeah, that's all pretty cool. But basically what he's talking about there, fuel pressure, the pressure being, the fuel is under immense amount of pressure to be able to deliver that fuel, and nozzles as well, the nozzles that deliver the fuel, which is like your fuel injectors in your car, all computer controlled as well. So it's all about the delivery of that. Well, we are working it with next generation Neo variants. You will notice the name. How far have you got literally? Gav Byrne, this is why I love Big Jet TV, not only amazing aviation footage and streams, but also learning and information, which is great, amazing work. Thank you, Gav. I'll be honest with you, mate, that's why I love doing this, because I learn so much, especially from the technical people and actual engineers and technicians. And there's a new one that we've got right there. I don't know if he is new. How long's Afterburner been with us? He's got one stripe, so Afterburner, please stay. Please stay, mate, because you and all the pilots that we have, that conversation, that information that you bring on is just fantastic. And I always love talking engines myself. Afterburner saying as the Pratt & Whitney 1100 starts to wear out, you will hear that combustor howl louder and louder. The buzzsaw sound is different. That is the fan eating air like a boss. Wow, yeah. It's fantastic, isn't it? So yeah, that is something that obviously is big in the news and has been over the last year. I'm not sure if you want to discuss it, mate, but you know, with the Pratt & Whitney engine issues, am I right in saying that it is a blade issue? Is it linked to the combustor blades, or something in the high pressure, low pressure section of the engine? I imagine it's probably high pressure, but you know, because that's where a lot of the stresses go, of course.
but I don't know if it is related to that. This is a Pratt & Whitney engine. You can see from the green inner sleeve there. It's great to have someone on who knows his Pratt & Whitney engines, man. And Ellis, by the sounds of it, also knows them as well. It's great, man. I love that. I love that technological advantage that we have possibly over a lot of other people in terms of members and knowledge and all that sort of thing. So that green lining inside the engine. All the way across the Atlantic, folks. Someone answering me, Colin Blaine, talking about the pitch on the windows. Okay, right. Well, maybe the pitch on the windows is the case. It's only on the A330s, but certainly the pitch of the aircraft in terms of its level is pretty sure much the same as the A330 in as much that it does have a nose heavy pitch on it when it's on the ground. He's saying the pitch on the windows is only the Airbus wide bodies with the exception of the 380s. Okay, the pitch on the windows is only on the Airbus wide bodies. Is it on the 350 as well then? Is there a... It doesn't look like a... that looks pretty straight to me. So, not on the A350. I think it is literally... You see what I'm talking about here, folks? See the windows at the back there? If you look at the A350, yeah? See how level, you can see how clearly level that aircraft is, and the windows as well, the pitch of the windows. But as you run along the A330, you can see first of all it's pitched downwards at the front, a bit like a drag racing car, and then the windows at the back there have an upward pitch as well. Obviously, it was just down to the design of the aircraft, and also in order to allow the belly freight to be loaded, there's a slight pitch upwards on the 330. But the 767, I think you'll find it's the same. I'm sure we'll have a 764 out at some point. Full send, man. That was insane. 3-stage spool up on the Trent 7, which I think that means it's a 3-stage, as in 3 shafts on the Trent 700. That was growling, man. Brake dust, puff of brake dust from the mains. Here comes a 767 Delta now, as I say it. Yeah, that's funny, man. Here comes another drag racer. Lump here, look. Maybe thank you, Colin. Brian Henry. Brian Henry wants to learn about the engines. Oh, I love learning about the engines. Stig Aviation's a good one to go through about technical stuff as well, because he actually works on these jets. So he's a good one to learn your stuff from. American 777 on radar from Miami, Diesel 13 saying, Alan Simmons, good afternoon to you, nice. clear and bright filming today. Jason Croft is a new member. Welcome to Premium, Jason. Lining is an acoustic treatment, yes, mentioned that before. Actually, the inlet lining is previous to the fan casing lining, isn't it? The engine lining is inside the nacelle, is that right? And then you have the fan case lining, which is a oh, here comes the is it? Yes, it is Sri Lankan coming out. It's like a Kevlar lining, isn't it? I think the blue that you see, sorry, the green that you see, the lining there. I think that's right. Is that right, Ellis? I think you have the acoustic lining at the front end, but that is not only that, but also has de-icing heaters and stuff like that inside the engine nacelle. Phil T, the angles, the windows are angled up because the cabin floor is raised up near the rear end like a small ramp to accommodate more ULDs. There we go, that's what I said, Phil. Thank you, mate. Kind of confirming what I'm saying there, but look, you can clearly see the nosy attitude on that 764, man. Beautiful aeroplane. I think it might be a Pratt & Whitney shot jet. Let's see what that was CF6's, but I think it's Pratt & Whitney. I don't know, we'll see. Nigel Armstrong, MEA to Beirut. Thank you, Nigel. By the way, folks, just a little bit of housekeeping, just to let you know that where I'm standing right now, you can get the exact same views if you come and stay at the Courtyard Hotel or fancy a meal up here. There is a minimum spend, but you know, we've talked about that and the reasons behind it, which is totally justified. Blimey, Nick Gray's gifted 20 channel memberships. Nick, thank you so much. Lowlander's gifted a membership as well, as so has Tommy Thompson. Here we go. Listen to these blade tips. Darren Gold, look forward to flying the Emirates A380 from Birmingham to Manila on Wednesday. Wow, cool. Andreas, that lowered front is a more aggressive stance. I like it. Yes, I like that, aggressive stance. And I'm guessing, in terms of the dates, was the 767 before the A330? Because I think the 330 was possibly a to challenge. Sorry, the A330 was to challenge the or put another option in the marketplace against Boeing and their 767. I think the 76 came first. afterburner. The acoustic liner also contains the icing help with anti-ice. There we go. The acoustic liner. Okay, and that acoustic liner is inside the nacelle. Yes. A-firm. And then after that is the fan case liner. More of a look of carbon about it, the acoustic lining, whereas the fan case lining has that sort of like different texture to it. I don't know whether we're running these are Rolls-Royce Trent 900s on all of British Airways 380 fleet. She's sitting up, isn't she? Tail heavy. See the 380s in action today. Listen to the 7.6, man, rolling up to the line. Michael K saying, brilliant hotel, loved staying there. Diane 78's gifted a channel membership. Listen to that thing over there, man. Isn't she beautiful? Don't worry, we've got the 380 sitting there waiting. We've got a intersecting departure. Belfast bound 320. And we've got a big lump sitting on the runway waiting to go out. There's the Sri Lankan crew. Afterburner, I've stood in a GP7200 and only hit the spinner cap seeing the A380 Trent, I'm guessing. Wow. Stood in GP7200, which is the other optional engine, an alliance engine that Emirates and Qatar use. Emirates obviously have a mix of the Rolls-Royce 900s and also the GP7200s, which is a General Electric Pratt & Whitney engine alliance. Andrew Todd, great learning all this new information about the engines and the design of different aircraft. That's brilliant, Andrew, thank you. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's not just about like this plane's going to so-and-so and he's coming from so-and-so. I like more about the dynamics of these beautiful machines, man. Here we go. Chris Faulkner, you got it, mate. She's moving, here we go. 80 knots. Front gear disengages, front gear locked out straight now. Cannot move that, everything's off the rudder now. As far as moving that aircraft left and right on the runway, keeping it down the centre line. And then you just literally let it do its own thing. Because as that thing just gathers speed up to around about 160 knots, she's going early, maybe a little bit less. Listen to this beautiful. Listen to that. Oh yeah, you could sit there all day for like a fact, we've got a couple of old schoolers here as well. We've got 330 sitting there with what I don't know whether they're... Oh, that's the Sri Lankan jet, isn't it? Is she running the Trents? I don't know. Or CF6s or... I don't know. Listen to this thing roll up to the line, man. Ellis Chernoff, look at the stance of the Delta 767. Yeah, mean looking jet, man. Is that Stephen Tildes? Is a new member. Welcome, Stephen. Great to see you. Get involved in the chat. I read everybody's chat out, folks. Nobody gets any specialist treatment here on the show, although some people might think it, because I read a lot of people's comments out because they regularly comment. So get involved. As you can see, our Pratt & Whitney man is a new guy by the looks of it, and you can put questions to me, to the chat. I like to get involved as well. I don't like being left out. Goldwyn has gifted a channel membership, thank you. Vicky D, Arthur Wingtip is number 2. Okay. I just want to listen to those beautiful engines, man. I did get Nick Gray. I did get Nick Gray. Yes, I did, yes. Oh yeah, this is the, is this Arthur that did have half a wingtip, or is this the one that has now recently lost the top of its wingtip for whatever reason it may be? Anyway, let's just all keep quiet for this 767. Feather duster, good quote. Scale of these jets. Oh, okay. Alan Moss winglet is missing. Must be on the starboard wing. Jimmy G, great sound from the 767. An orchestral delight. It's beautiful, isn't it? Especially when they roll it up, because there's a bit of a ramp there. Here she comes. Line up and wait behind the Sri Lankan 330. Roger there. It goes flight inlet, engine inlet, which contains the green colour acoustic liner, and the brown. Oh, okay, so the green is the acoustic liner. Wow, it's not the brown ice liner behind it. Also, under the fan blades for turrets. Interesting. Here she comes. Quite as dramatic as the A330, and somebody mentioning, actually, you know what, I don't think it does curve up. I think what somebody said with the blue belly paint, sort of like giving it that look, but no, that's completely level, those windows. Nothing like the A330. However, she definitely has a pitch about her, doesn't she? Hello. We have a what appears to be a malfunction. Be on the minimum equipment list. That will be up on the... Go on in! it's related to the undercarriage, folks. We discussed this on the show the other day. It could be a brake. It's more than likely, I think, either one of the sensors inside the undercarriage bay or one of the wheels is still spinning because the brake has broken on it. Is the easy way to describe it. They will leave it for about 2 minutes, not for the brake to cool down. It may be a cooling exercise here, because maybe a brake sensor has shown a slightly hot brake, and therefore they're giving it a couple of minutes to allow it to cool. Or waiting for the wheel to stop spinning, because very draggy, that's very draggy. Pilots don't like it. It creates a lot of drag on the aircraft in terms of its flight capabilities. Well, I say flight capabilities, it doesn't really affect it to such a degree that you wouldn't want to fly all the way there with them down, put it that way. But right now that's burning a lot more fuel than they want it to. But well, that's quite some time that they left that down for. No, he's got both his winglets. Lovely old GE powered 777-200. No, we've got no. Oh, was it the lower tip? No, she's got all bits and bobs in place. This one, maybe they replaced it. I think that might have been. This might be half a wingtip. This was half a wingtip. Yeah. So the reason some of you newcomers may be wondering what we're talking about Arthur. I called it Arthur because it only had half a wingtip. Long story. But basically, it was either through damage. I can't imagine that it was damaged by a ground vehicle or anything like that. I think it might have been related to electrical storm. Reza asking, I still don't understand how it can fly with half a winglet. Well, Reza, it will still fly, but it will just be a little less economical. Just burn a little bit more fuel. Yeah, hear that, man? That's the valves closing, I'm pretty sure of it. Ellis or Afterburner or anybody else can confirm that. Rolls-Royce engineer, it's a shame he's not here, isn't it? Then we'd have a full house, wouldn't we? Rolls-Royce engineer, Pratt Whitney engineer, we need a bleeding General Electric engineer, and then we got them all, haven't we? But that you hear, that sudden stop of the air bleed system that you hear is, I think, the valves closing on the masts underneath, all the systems closing, I think, because it's so sudden. Because I think that all that noise that you hear, there's a mixture of sort of bleed air and all those kind of things going on inside the engine, Dubai bound jet. Doing a big left turn. I can only be going to Dubai unless she's going to straighten up. Yeah. Well, it is crazy. I know a lot of people say about, you know, how do these things fly in terms of their size. Well, it's all relative, really. We've discussed that based on the you know, the design of the aircraft. The bigger it is, the bigger the wing, the more power it needs to get going and get off the ground and get flying up to. I mean, literally, if they wanted to, they could theoretically shut 2 engines down on this thing once it's up at cruise altitude. It would probably burn a lot more. Well, I don't know about burn a lot more fuel if you shut 2 of the engines down. But you know, in terms of if it was in a tailwind environment where it was flying across land or sea, and there was a huge tailwind, a very strong tailwind, you could effectively, not that they would, but you could shut 2 of the engines down. But that whole procedure is something that the engines wouldn't like, I would imagine, if you just flew it with just, you know, air flowing through the engines. I'd imagine that would probably cause a significant amount of drag, actually, and be detrimental to shutting the engines down in terms of fuel savings, because those engines hanging off the wings with no ingestion and the combustors, the whole engine itself not working, would be like almost having a prop on your wing that's not feathered, I would imagine. Wouldn't favour too well in terms of fuel efficiency. Because obviously they can't feather the blades on these engines. We've got Carol Ann, 6:02 a.m. Good morning, Carol Ann. Sophie Marks is a brand new member. Welcome, Sophie. Come RV with me. Come RV with me has gifted 5 channel memberships. So much. Let's go RVing with him then. Oh, okay, Afterburner, been here a while. Someone was very nice and gifted a membership, and that will lead to me staying up here for a bit. Anyone has questions, enjoy it. Thanks, Afterburner. We really appreciate it, mate. So we just need a General Electric engineer, don't we? A GE engineer. And then, but mind you, I think Ellis is very knowledgeable. To be honest with you, in terms of how these engines work, they are all more or less the same. Low pressure up the front with the fan blade assembly. Low pressure compressor where the air is compressed and squeezed. Then of course there's different stages, different number of stages, whether they have 4-stage, 5-stage or 3-stage or whatever it might be, depends on the engine type. And then of course you have the compressor, which is the hot part of the engine, which is where the igniters are, which is where the bang part of the suck, squeeze, bang. And then of course you've got the back end of the engine, which is blow, which is the thrust that the combustor creates, combined with the air that's being pushed through the engine. Believe it or not, now in the modern engines, only around about 30% of that, 30 to 40% of that is used in terms of the forward motion. The rest of it is bypass air, which is being thrown through the back from the fan blades at the front. You see what I mean? Path 007. I'm so sorry if I'm missing your comment, folks. Obviously I need to concentrate on filming as well as reading out your comments and reading your comments as well. I do try and answer or get involved in as many as I can. If you're wondering why I'm not answering, it's because I'm just missing them. And if you know about what I do on Big Jet TV, I do fall behind quite a lot on the comments. So my apologies. to anybody who may be a little bit frustrated that, but please bear in mind there are great people here. Sound a bit Dalek-y there, isn't it? There are people on here who have great knowledge and are not only here to watch the aircraft, but also to talk with you guys on the chat about anything technical, engineering-wise, get involved in discussions and all that kind of stuff. But it's always nice when it sort of like filters through me, if you know what I mean. I don't like missing anything. And Jilly, in her during her time, whatever she's doing, will attempt to also steer me towards any interesting comments, etc., etc. A bit of a standoff here. John Walton, John Brennan. Hydromarge. Did the Singapore flight turn around? Hydromarge, did the Singapore flight turn around? Why are you asking that, Hydromarge? Scott Hetherington. Flying via Europe. Darren 747 Steggles. There we go. It used to being ignored by the missus. Dan Dare 146. What was his quotes? No, but Rab H. Wow, 4.5 years today, Rab H. Fantastic, thank you, mate. Kelvin Grant. Will BA get any A220s, or have they got them, but only at London City? No 220s yet, Kelvin, but that is a big question as to whether they replace their London City fleet with A220s. I'm not sure. Of course, London City is fully certified now to take the A220. It was the E145, wasn't it? It was the the E2, E195 E2 that it was certified on, wasn't it? But the A220 aren't 777 being pushed out, the door being pushed back there, exposing a 777. Another one's looks like it's had its checks done and completed. She can now get ready to fly. So Kelvin, yes, I don't know is the answer. They obviously also have an Embraer fleet at London City. Whether they're going to retain those and get E2s, I don't know. But I don't think there's any plans for BA getting the A220s at this stage. Karen Langley. Good day, Hydromarge. Oh yeah, that was the Sri Lankan Hydromarge. No, she'll be gone now. You'll look at her on Flight Radar 24. That's by the way, folks. Bottom left hand side of the screen, folks, we've got a great relationship with our friends at Flight Radar 24. Jump on that if you haven't got it already. You can download it, very easy to do. You do have in-app purchases, but you're not forced to do that. There is a free version of Flight Radar 24, and there you can track that aircraft. And I could probably do it now because I have my airports filtered for London Heathrow, and I'll probably be able to pick that she's just going over Dover right now, that Sri Lankan 330. There's a man in a white suit. He's a technician, isn't he? Yeah, I love the fact that they still continue to wear the white suits. I like that. Or the overalls. But yes, the Sri Lankan jet is in good hands, passing Dover now over the English countryside. Tony E-Bike Me Jr. Giving a shout out to all new members. Welcome. New and returning members, of course, don't forget. This time next week, folks, we'll be back. We'll be back, won't we? We will be back this time next week. Yeah, unless we're delayed. But yeah, how about that? And we actually, Jilly made a very valid point yesterday that next Sunday could potentially be the first time we've missed a Sunday show in God knows how long. However, we are back very early in the morning. Oh, well, sorry, we're back at 11. But it might be worth just coming in and saying hello to everyone. We could do something from the garden. Le Jardin. Yeah, do it with Chachi. Let Chachi run around. Run around now! Because he wouldn't have been out. Yeah. Dhruv Agrawal. Dhruv, great question, Dhruv. He's asking, why do the 787 and 777 not have any winglets? Does that not make the plane more efficient? Dhruv, they do have winglets, but they aren't wing-lit, as in raked wing tips, these are. The wing-lit is something that is like that you're talking about. You're wondering why it doesn't have any winglets. Well, it does. It has what's known as a raked wing tip. You can see right over the other side. See, the very last segment of the wing is the wing tip, and so it's called a raked wing tip. It does curve up ever so slightly. It depends on what angle you're looking at it. That's a 787 right there. That's one side. There's the slightly curved style about it. There are 777s out there that don't have wing tips, the raked wing tip, namely some of the British Airways fleet on the 777-200, but the 777-300 does also have a raked wing tip. Can I see an example? There's one. Hold on a minute. There's a 1, 2. Yeah, that's a 5-door down there. You see, you can't really see. It's very difficult. Depends on the angle that you're looking at it at. And they do literally chase shape. So there's your answer, Dhruv. Yes, they do have wing. They have aerodynamic wing tips, but a different design. And this is the quite exclusive, probably NASA designed raked wingtip. Blended wingtip also, it's known as. I think Airbus came up with the word blended wingtip, I don't know. But this is the raked wingtip on the 777-300 and the 787. Also, Dhruv, you might want to see, it's also on the 767-400. And that is the platform where it all started. Monitor that, mate. So you see it on your mobile device. You should be able to see it on your mobile device. Maybe they're limiting it to a certain amount. Something like that. I don't know. Avro Arrow, sorry mate, he's gifted 10 channel memberships. Thanks Avro. And we've got another one, Andrew Todd. Andrew Todd has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate it, man. We don't like crying out and screaming out for, you know, money on this channel and all that. You know, like, give us a please. We beg you for likes and all that. You know, subscribe to this and do that and all that old malarkey. Just do what you want to do. If you want to give us a like, give us a like. But I would say it's a good thing to subscribe to the channel. The only reason I'm saying that, we're not trying to get as many. If you want to chat on here, if you've been given a membership, for example, or if you are a new member, make sure that you subscribe to the channel in order that you can chat. That's what's important, folks. That's the reason why we say it. Is that starter? Yes. Trent XWBs. Captain Ron's in the house. Another one of our pilots. G'day, Captain Ron. Morgan, if you are behind the chat, you deliver just awesome shots and kind of busy with the camera. Okay, thank you, Morgan. Yes. Beverly George also confirming about the Sri Lankan jet that had the gear fault for whatever reason it is. Just left the coast of Kent. Aaron Thomas. Rohit Parkal. Pilot and flight attendants don't have seats in front of them to protect their seatbelts, so they can get out of their seats quick. Yes, Rohit. That's why you see the flight attendants, the cabin flight attendants, always flight crew, should I say, always in their own sort of like jump seat style, up against one of the bulkheads with their own lap belts, which can be very quickly released in the need in the need of helping people quickly. Dan Dare, Deborah Davis. Question, Jerry. Had the gear not gone up, would they have to turn back within a certain time? Deborah Davies, yes, if the undercarriage was malfunctioned or has malfunctioned, look at it, then yes, they would have had to have diverted with hydraulic problems. Most definitely, they would not be able to fly all the way to Sri Lanka with the gear down. I mean, you can, but you'd have to take a hell of a lot of fuel with you, and monitor the. Because you put more stress on the engines, aren't you? Because it's like dragging a couple of 10-ton blocks of concrete underneath you. You know, it's going to struggle more. The engine's going to go be put under more stresses and strains. But yeah, they would have, if the gear had a malfunction, the hydraulic systems, for whatever reasons they would most definitely had to have either turned back, come back here, or hey, this time next year they might be able to divert to Manston. Not that they would want to do that, because they would want to bring everybody back to the place, the origin, as close to it as possible, so that they can obviously, if that was a gear malfunction, they would have to put the people up in a hotel overnight, because you don't have a spare aircraft. They'd have to fly a spare aircraft out here, or put them on another flight maybe to Sri Lanka. Who else flies to Sri Lanka? There's Screaming Emu in the house. There we go. If the gear doesn't come up, we would have to burn fuel and divert indeed. So when he says burn fuel there, he means either burn it off or drop it. Some aircraft don't have the capability of dropping fuel. They only have the opportunity to burn it off, which is why they sit in holding patterns for so long, in order to bring it down to their maximum landing weight or thereabouts. Also 777-300 coming out. So this is the chap who asked about the winglets. Mind that! Asked about the winglets. Bit dramatic, wasn't it, mate? He's only doing a U-turn. He's he's allowed to do a U-turn there, mate. Big girl's blouse. Oh, come on, son. Get that gear up. Okay. Here's another example, folks. I think the gear doors have gone up because the Airbus automatically deploys the undercarriage doors when the weight is off the wheels to accommodate and welcome the Dreamliner. Welcome the undercarriage up into the undercarriage bay. But there we go. Another problem. Now the likelihood is, folks, that those brakes on that aircraft are electrically powered, not hydraulic like most conventional aircraft. It's so you know, digital, this aircraft. All the brakes are controlled by electric motors, which push the calipers, the pistons, onto the brake discs, onto the brake pad, which is when it's not. It's a single pad, but it's a big circular pad on these aircraft. But if one of the wheels, one of the electrical systems has failed on one of those wheels, that will mean that wheel continues to spin at around about 2,000 RPM and needs to slow down in the airflow. The other thing is that because they are so perfectly aligned, the wheels will stop. They won't prefer either a rotation, a clockwise or anti-clockwise rotation based on the airflow. I think because of the direct airflow hitting those huge wheels, even though they're very well balanced, it takes about 2 minutes for the wheel to slow or come to a position where, you know, the last thing you want to do is pull that undercarriage up with a wheel still spinning, because it damages the mechanics of the wheel in terms of the hub and the bearing, because they are on very relatively straightforward you know, needle rollers, although big needle rollers, but mainly work much the same as the hub assembly does on your car, but obviously a lot more sophisticated, able to take the entire hub assembly off, which incorporates the braking system. Very clever how they do it. It means they can swap the wheel brakes out very quickly on these aeroplanes. Andrew Todd has gifted 5 channel memberships. Timothy Kincaid is a new member. Welcome, Timothy. Lovely to see you, sir. FSE Warrior. Wingtips on an eagle, similar. FSE Warrior. I like to hear that, because you know what? When I was playing golf the other day and the crows were flying around the golf course, when they oh man, a crow wing is very similar to an Airbus wing, I have to say. If you look at a wing profile of a crow, a common law crow, believe it or not, folks, have a look at the wing profile from behind of a crow, and tell me that those what are they called, primary feathers on the wing tips of a bird of prey. The primary feathers are basically what these are. They're primary feathers, in a funny sort of way. But I think the primary feathers are more for control, in terms of like almost like ailerons on a bird, as opposed to being something that makes their life easier in terms of flying. Same thing, looks the same, but it's not the same. 11 Coleman. Air India livery looks like the old Air Berlin from Germany. Funny sort of way it does, doesn't it? Kind of understand what you said. Didn't have quite so much of a funky tail on it, did it? But I can see where you come from. Look at that big old GE90s on that trip. Line up and wait. They pump out a lot of smoke, those XWBs, but blimey, I've never seen it like that when I've been. That's crazy. Just on the limit here. Mike G liking the Air India jet. Drew's been on the Air India 350. You, Drew. Air Canada 777. Now here's your rate wingtip. Ooh. I thought it was a Kevlar lining to in order that was primarily to catch any blade off incident or anything like that, because it's like almost like a fabric more than a hard shell Kevlar. Kevlar's more like a fabric than carbon. Here we go. Trents, go on, son. Megging. Yeah. Hello, what we got coming out of that wing there, mate? Got a bit of moisture coming out of that wing, was it? Did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, are you seeing it? I thought it was a reflection on the underside of the, but no, it was definitely vapor exiting either the wing, maybe a bit of overflow on in the nozzle there for the fuel dump nozzle. Yeah, it's not there anymore. She's all good. She's all good. Yeah. Definitely adopted that Air India livery quite well, haven't we, in terms of her looking at her in an airport environment with all the infrastructure around her and all the other airlines. I think she looks quite good. It's very big and bold, isn't it? This is an old aeroplane with no wingtips. She ain't got no wingtips, I don't think. One of the latter 777-200s, or actually no, maybe even an earlier one, because I think there was a period at the beginning when they had serious issues with the General Electric engine initially, which is why British Airways switched them over to Rolls-Royce Trent 800s and then switched back to the General Electrics. Flipping heck. My coffee hasn't even gone cold yet. Yeah. Man, isn't it great when you're enjoying yourself and you... Oh, wow. Bleeding show off! Did you see that, man? Did you see that? Yeah. I'll show you how to fly, mate. It's only a seagull. I think it was only a seagull. It was him down there. It was him with his mate, look. Here, let's go and show him how to really... Oh, it was a couple of young uns as well. A couple of juvenile. Wow. That was funny, man. That was funny. Oh, the sun is so glary, man. Okay, I need to figure out a... There's a good thumbnail for you for some itchy as well. I haven't had the Air India in the thumbnail yet, have we? Oh yeah. Neil Guy, Air Canada used to operate the 340-500. They were so fed up with the reliability and performance they switched to the 777-300. Wow, that's crazy. They used to operate the 345s, which was still the Trent 500s, wasn't it? 346 and 345s both operated using the Trent engines, I think. Peekaboo! Oh, smoky start on the 767. Oh, perhaps our Pratt Whitney man can explain if I'm right or wrong in terms of the smoke on startup of those Pratt & Whitney PW2s, if it is a little bit of fuel left in the combustor, just to confirm that. Just a bit of burn off. Ellis burn off. He is there, I know. So far behind on the comments, man. Just seen, wow, another brake failure. Oh! Should we grab it? Should we grab it? The Expo jet. Always think of that as the Expo jet. Horvat tuning in from Anaheim, California. Drew's saying that Air India has a lovely interior. Wow, that's so cool. Look how gorgeous this aeroplane is, man. Of the modern generation of wide-body jets. That's a beautiful image right there, isn't it? Interesting. Afterburner. Saying it's burn off plus old oil. There we go. I did mention a while ago that it might be a little bit of oil that's been left over, or whatever it might be, excess oil in the system. And I was told it wasn't, that it was only fuel. But there we go, a little bit of oil, bit of two-stroke starter. 250, two-stroke. I know it's not visible really as much as anything like the Dreamliner, but that wing flexes up, man. She flexes around about 10, 12 feet, something like that, and it is very noticeable. Nice turn, man, nice turn. I love the 777 in the turn, mate. Such a beautiful looking aeroplane. Mind you, so's a 350 as well. Wait till you see the profile of this one turning, if you can see it. All of a sudden, I can feel it getting dark, Chile. Well, you know, I mean, the sun's like, you know, yeah, dark cloud is just giving it that. Oh, it's just going right over the top today. Fair enough. She's not tight. She's not as tight as that 777. 777 is just awesome. Qatar's 350 now. It's 351 in it. It's a 1K. No, it's a 900. We did talk about that. Look at that lovely old thing, man. Bring on the Pratt Whitneys. Oh yeah, is it? That's handy. EK1 very late today. Coin saying, Jerry, can you give my Nana mention? She's 80 today and loves the show. Mary, hello! Oh, and happy birthday, Mary. She loves the show. Oh, isn't that fantastic? So Mary appreciates a little bit of the old school stuff there. Nice Qatar cargo. Where? Is that coming out? Debash mode. My United plane got filmed going out by SFO by another stream last week, complete with my flashing my phone, torch on and off and window. Fun. Great, that is brilliant, Debash. Didn't we see that live stream? Oh, there were a couple of live streams at SFO, weren't there? When we were there with their tables. Cali planes and someone else, yeah. Phil T, old style rumbling coming up. It's something bad for breakfast. Craig D, loving the information we get from Jerry on this channel. It's not just from me, Craig. My knowledge comes from you guys and Google, of course. Always informative. Aidan Campbell, Virgin Atlantic, Airbus 350-1000 going to Delhi. There used to be 787s on that. Yeah, you know what we're going to do with the Friday night show, folks. I'm always looking for ways to either improve it or streamline it or make it. And last week, I think we kind of arrived at a fair sort of show style or format, which is to obviously play out other people's content, but also at the same time giving them full credit by way of fair usage, I think they call it on YouTube. It's called fair use. Charlie Waterman, 777 overhead. There she is, man. Let's just get her, shall we? All for you, folks. Oh, come on, baby. Show yourself. We've seen that jet many a time. And I think we'll probably see it in Anchorage, mate. Apparently hearing a big load of, a lot of freight going to be going in and out of, obviously when I say freight going in, a lot of aircraft carrying commerce freight going via Anchorage over the next couple of weeks. Well, for in time for Black Friday, innit? Juve, take care. Due south. Kevin Callis, Doug 007. While splendid, Miss Moneypenny. He's gifted 5-channel memberships. So Lee Johnson, Alex, Richard. Jack Moss. Aaron Thomas looked at to say 47 soon. Got a bit of DNA going on there. In the meantime, listen to this. Great thing is that Air Serbia jet is the only one that's on the sound all day. Watch for the lights. Wait for clearance. Okay, we have another friend of a passenger who is a friend of a member on Big Jet TV. Apparently on the Lufthansa jet that's pinging now. Here we go. I can see it. Yeah. So you need to shout it when it's behind me, man. Now we're going to get a full send departure on this 350. Listen to these XWBs spool up, man. Turn it up. It's not nearly up. I've got it. Don't worry, I've got it. Listen to this. read it back to me again? No. Yeah, well, we kind of did all that, didn't we, at one point? Was that during lockdown? Yeah. Gave everybody a good chance, and we all jumped on some cool stuff there, and yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Yes. That's crazy. Rate my sim. Remember that? She's all gone DNA on us, look. Crazy, innit? There she is. That was there. Fly, Queenie, fly. You see the pilot sitting up there, chatting away. Neil Schwartz is South African, isn't he? Isn't he the, yeah. Didn't we meet him here? Didn't he come here? Yeah, he stayed over at the Blah Blah. No, yes, no. Premier Inn, wasn't he, at the Premier Inn? Oh, look at this old patchwork quilt. Understand it, but don't quite get it, if you know what I mean. You know, I don't know why they didn't do the engines in the white. Mind you, I don't know. Probably because if they did them in the white, then they'd need exclusive engine cows for that particular style last year. At least they can interchange them without their head over there. Sam 47. Forward on the floor. This is the do you know where you're going to? I've absolutely no idea. Joel Spoon Joel. Let's walk down the road. Nick Fishenden watched a great video on the GE90 earlier. Great engineering. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, General Electric were miles ahead in terms of fan blade technology. Rolls-Royce have only just started working on the use of carbon for their compressor blades. Well, the forward compressor blade, easy for you to say. The cold pressure compressor blade, which is the fan blades basically at the front of the engine. Whereas Rolls-Royce still continue to use titanium, just as strong and durable, but heavier, I think, even though they're hollow. When I say hollow, the blades are literally manufactured using a blowing process. They got honeycomb interior, obviously for strength, but rather than being a solid machined piece, like the old compressor blades used to be. lost the use of the LFB, we've decided not to film from there anymore because we feel that our position on the roof, because they've relined, oh look, straight on at us, man. Yeah, look at that. Because they recovered the roof, and obviously that meant that we couldn't film from the roof anymore. We can still film from the London Fire Brigade, but from ground level, which means on top of the van, which means quite a lot of infrastructure obscuring our shot. So here's an example of an aeroplane, 777-200 with no winglets, no wing tips. It's got no wing tip on it. It's got a very happy face though, look. Angle of attack sensors, pitos. Exactly, yeah. And a walkway. If I'd have spent 50 grand on a walkway on top of the roof, we could have done it, but listen to this thing idling away, man. Isn't she beautiful, mate? Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, the lampposts were still in the way, man. Yeah, terrible. Go on, girl! Wow! Sound of the sound of the spool up on those Pratts, man. It's like a fast spooling Trent 7. Mind that? Yeah, man, very aggressive, like that. Rolls Royce. Kind of what I wouldn't say saved the 777, but was a shoe-in, wasn't it? The Trent 800 was a shoe-in for the GE90, whilst General Electric sorted their issues out with the GE90 engine all those many years ago when they introduced it. Obviously, you know, you can test an engine for so long, but when it goes into service and starts the cycle, then that's when it you know, really comes under a lot of intense usage, and you know, sometimes you can't in any way sort of like simulate that. So you can do multiple testing on test beds, and you know, putting it under stress. And you obviously need to certify an engine like you do an aircraft. You know, you can't just put any old engine on these things, of course. Look at the wing settle. Look at the wing settle, man. Wow, look at that. That's the LEAP engine there. Replacement for the CFM56. One of the best-selling engine in the world ever, I think. CFM 56, the undisputed heavyweight champion of the single aisle. CFM 56. Oh, mind you, it's not just a single aisle, is it? CFM 56 powers the A340-300 as well. So it's not just single aisle, but definitely the undisputed champion of the world in terms of numbers of units in operation or sold or whatever it might be. Possibly these two neos either side of this neo. Look at that, it's the neo dance. There's the fella from Tipperary there doing the old what was it? Steph's gifted 5 channel memberships again, thanks Steph. Simuk Mandakar, I think that is, has also gifted some memberships. Simuk, thank you so much. Apologies for Simuk, I think it is, Bandakar, yes. He's gifted 5 channel memberships. What a lovely thing to do. Look at 3 Neos, man. Look at all these Neos here, man. Tapare, nice British Airways 350-1000 from Las Vegas in a little while. Well, we are mainly concentrating on departures, but yeah, we'll look at arrivals when things quieten down here. Safran said CFM 56 developing 18,500 to 33,000 pounds of thrust, set a standard in this market. It owes its impressive success to exceptional performance and reliability. Of course, being an engine option on the A320 and the 737, in fact I think exclusively on all next generation 737s, right the way through up till current day, where they're now using the big brother, which is the LEAP engine, which is this one that you see here. Of course, that's the V2500 IAE engine, the old CEO engine what British Airways are using, but they've gone over to General Electric now. And interesting that their next batch of 787s that BA have ordered are also going to be powered by General Electric. So a bit of a runaway there for British Airways, moving away from their long relationship with Rolls-Royce, all down to the issues that they're currently having with the Trent 1000s, which is a sort of like reared its ugly head again, because if you remember, way before COVID, all the Trent 1000 engines around the world were affected by combustible issues. Lovely shot there. Afterburner, we do crosswind testing with giant turboprop engines and use dummy runways for ground simulation. Wow, how cool is that? A triumvirate of Neos, Stuart and Crew saying. A triumvirate. It's the first time I've ever heard of that. A triumvirate, is that right, Julie? Triumvirate. See the little spots that you see there? 1 or 2 of them are the static ports down there, folks. And along the wing, you might be able to see it. See the little aerials? See the little aerials? They're not aerials, they're static ports. So when an aircraft, and they're also on the vertical stabilizer as well. In fact, they're all over the back of the wing, and on the vertical stabilizer as well. You'll normally see a number of them on the upper section of the vertical stabilizer. They're basically replaceable, and they're made to transfer the static from a lightning strike. So it will travel through the cage inside the aircraft, and then up through and out of one of the static ports, which is why static wicks, sorry, which is why a lot of the times when you see a lightning strike, it starts at the front and ends up at the back. Screaming Emu. Jet engines need high pressure air to start spinning. The APU's bleed air provides that when operating. There we go. That is why they have those auxiliary power units that Screaming Emu's talking about there, which is literally the equivalent of like an ATR turboprop engine in the back of all of these aircraft. So theoretically they have 3 engines, but the auxiliary power unit, which is already shut off and shut down, is used to generate either electricity to the starters or air to the starters, the air starters. So they will take bleed air from the air starter, feed that into the starter motor of the engine, start the spinning cycle of the engine, and then when it is started and combustion has started, it will then start to create its own the Lufthansa jet, Jimmy. What side are they on? Right side. Okay, so oh, okay, that's interesting. Screaming Emu, lightning comes and goes where it pleases. The wicks discharge static. Hold on a minute. That builds up from wind resistance like rubbing a balloon. Interesting. So it's a continual process of wow, that is interesting. Yeah. Scropey's gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Scropey. So that's interesting. I understand that. The friction, obviously, flying fast through and with wind and all that kind of stuff rushing past the airframe, it will build up static on the airframe, which is why you see sometimes these what's it called? That beautiful lighting that you see outside the windshield sometimes. Someone's light or something. It's someone's name. Elmo's fire. There we go. St Elmo's. Someone's light. Bill Stephen. Yes, St Elmo. Yes, St Elmo's fire. Yeah, he comes on the screen in front of you. Thank you, Screaming Emu. St Elmo's fire, that's what we're talking about. Didn't Screaming Emu say that didn't he take some pictures of it? Was it him? Was it you, Screaming Emu, who saw that for the first time? Or was it another, it was a tweet or someone, no. Oh, maybe. Neil Schwartz. Good to see you, mate. How's it? Obviously, lots of people there telling me that it's St Elmo's fire. Thank you. Stu and the crew need some of those static wicks on his car. Well, funny enough, back in the old days when I had my Ford Capri, you had those rubber things that you used to hang down to the ground from your car, which I believed was a static, a way to make sure you didn't get any static or something like that. I'm not sure. Aidan Campbell in 1985 American coming-of-age film co-written and directed by Joel Schumacher and starring Emilio Estevez, Rob Lowe, blah, 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 blah. Okay. He's obviously talking about a new movie coming out or something. Chris Merson! Perhaps I've missed it, but I've never heard what the unit is attached to the top of the fuselage. And it's some kind of form GPS. Chris Merson, what a great question. Well, yes, my friend. There are a number of masts on the top of the fuselage, and they do carry or gather a lot of information mainly for the computers on board the aircraft in terms of airspeed, air temperatures, and pressure, etc., etc. That box that you see on the back there is a satellite navigation, satellite communications blister in some cases, but also holds the Wi-Fi, because the satcoms, you can see the amount of masts that are on there, and some of them you can't actually see because they're little mini versions of those. But on some aircraft it might be the satcoms blister, on some aircraft it might be the Wi-Fi, the satellite Wi-Fi. Samuk Bandakar, I got you, didn't I? Didn't I get Samuk? Caitlin Williams is a new member. Now this that you're seeing here, folks. Oh, Caitlin Williams. Oh, he's upgraded to what? Oh wow, Samuk upgraded to super class. My apologies, Samuk. Thank you, sir. And gifted memberships. You are a gentleman, sir. And as you all are, and ladies, and kids, and everyone, Caitlin Williams is a new member. Welcome to everybody. I don't want to forget anyone. And all you wonderful people, human beings. Aren't you all wonderful human beings? Stuart, that must cause drag. Negative, Stuart. Look at it. Look at the aerodynamic shape of it. It obviously is aerodynamically shaped. They wouldn't put a piece of 4x2 up there, you know, or a block of concrete. It is aerodynamically shaped. Obviously, it goes through wind tunnel tests and all that. I think they would have figured that long before they put it on there. But anyway, this is the Neo, the NEO, with the new wing and new engine. This is the Trent 7th. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Oh no, he's lined up there. He's behind him, man. He's there. He's there. Who? Tin. Where's Tin? Where did I? Oh, Tin. Okay. Oh, Tin. He did. Okay. Well, I would see. We can see that. Can't you see that? How far back is that? Zenzi Van Cream. Zenzi saying you stay at us Hotel Courtyard. There we go. Sarah Deal's gifted another channel membership. Thank you, Sarah. Tim, sorry, mate. Oh, I got forgot, but it's okay. I still love you. Tim, what did I forget, my friend? Did you gift a membership? My apologies if I did. Now, this is not the Lufthansa jet that they're on, is it? Because this is a Lufthansa jet after Lufthansa jet, isn't it? Said they were on the right side. Whereabouts? Because we've got two Lufthansa jets here. I thought they were on the okay, they're on the one behind it. Okay, fair enough. So 737, old school design, that, folks. Same front end, ladies and gentlemen, as a 707 and a 727. Insane. Bikalpam on the second one. There we go. We want Frankfurt, which is second Megink. We want Frankfurt. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. The Frankfurt bound one. Thank you, Megink. Thank you, Beverly. H. Lovely looking lufty. Tin. No, it was my own membership about an hour ago. It's fine though. I took myself off to the corner for a little cry after feeling overlooked. There we go, Tin. Dry your eyes, mate. Welcome, Tin. Good to see you back. Victor Charlie 10 has gifted a channel membership. That's gone straight off to Dimitri Blanos. Hello, Dimitri. Welcome to channel membership on Big Jet TV. The one and only, truly original Big Jet TV. 737 on the move. Let's. I think this is other than the Max, I think this is the only one we've had. This is the CFM engine, folks. Looks she's so squatted to the ground they've had to square off the bottom of the engines on the underside at the back, or the core cowls have had to be squared off. J Walls 86. Good day to you. Good people to fly with KLM, gotta say. Chris Faulkner. Oxy Okay, where are they? From whence are they seated, Gillian? Front or back? Front or back? Oh. Oh, is there someone there? Oh. Oh, hold on. Someone right up the front. Okay, let's do a sweep. Front to back. There. There. Yes, yes, yeah. Unless they're just filming a takeoff. And it's nothing to do with it. Kevin Karras, can you explain how APU functions? Well, the APU, which is called which is shortened for auxiliary power unit, which is a small engine, turbine engine, which sits in the back of the aircraft, behind the bulkhead and below the tail on most modern aircraft, and it is used as a function to sometimes keep the aircraft live whilst it's on the ground, but also it is used for a multitude of things. But it is also used to start the engine. Start the engines. Depends on what start sequence the pilots decide on. But generally, it is so that when they shut the main engines off, they normally, when they're coming to gate, will start the auxiliary power unit, which depends on the turnaround time of an aircraft. That will be started either for short haul domestic flights like this. Well, I say short haul, that's going to Ireland. There's a good amount of time on that one. Yeah, it's used to start the engines and keep the aircraft live. It's like a beating heart, so to speak, for when the aircraft is shut down. Hope that explains it, Kevin. Zenzi. Oh, that's Zenzi Van Crane from Belgium, who came and said hello at the Renaissance. Yes, hello Zenzi. Still got your card there, mate. Meant to give you a shout out, but there you go. You're doing it. Thank you, and a very warm welcome to you, Zenzi. We meet you. It was so nice, guys from Belgium. I've got you coming out here to do some photography. Lovely business card, I've got to say. 25 years old, that 737 Beverly George, same with KLM. Wow. Roxy Simmons, Simuk, uneven taxiway to runway, nice little bump for the 737. See that? I know what you're saying. There's no bump like the one at Schiphol though, is there? The cross runway bump. course, if the APU is not functioning, or if you want to maintain power to the aircraft, there is a ground power unit as well, which can be hooked up, which is electrical power. If the APU has failed, they'll need to use I think someone said the other day that you could use electrical power to, yeah, you need compressed air, don't you? It's high pressure air delivery to the starter. So a ground starter sometimes used if the APU is out of service. I know the crews gave the 380 did they do the same with the 350s? Negative, Nigel. It was actually, yeah, Captain Dave that named the A380 fleet when he was flying on them, but they have not since, apart from a couple of their aircraft. I think they've given names to. Screaming Emu, if the APU is inoperative, we use ground power and air, low pressure air for air conditioning, high pressure to start the engines. There we go. There are, of course, systems that they have at modern airports where they have a air conditioning nozzle that they stick underneath the aircraft that feeds fresh air into the aircraft as well. So there's a number of different ways it can be done. You usually see them hanging at the bottom of the jet bridge. There you go. You see the yellow pipes there. That's to deliver air conditioning. Lovely old 2-1. Big smiley face on the tube. Emirates 380 from Dubai, 2 minutes out. Last one was a good few hours late, wasn't it, or something? ETOPS also requires operating the APU. You can't dispatch an overseas flight without your APU working. An overseas flight, yes. I have flown on a couple of aircraft where the APU was inoperative, but only domestic flights. Yeah, there we go. Like he's saying there, it provides redundancy if you have a failure on electrical systems on the electrical generator, because of course once the aircraft is running, the engines also deliver power for the electrical generators, and they have batteries on the aircraft as well, of course, which yeah. Paul Skilling has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, Paul. It's a big old bruiser. So that's very. Thank you, Emu. By the way, folks, Screaming Emu is a captain with JetBlue, based out of Boston, flying their 190, but also type rated on the A220 as well. Scary captor alert. Blade tips. Same to you, mate. Yeah, Screaming Emu jets have so many electrical redundancies, both engines. And redundancies he's talking about there, folks, is backup. Both engines, the APU, the batteries, and the RAT, or the Ram air turbine, it is otherwise known, or air-driven generator. I like the RAT. I've seen the RAT. It sounds like somebody running over rumble sheet. Schwartz. Comes the BEA jet. Thank you. BEA jet that we call coming and going out. First aircraft on the show, wasn't it? Darren, that's funny, yeah. Captain said ground crew reported FOD on the runway after he landed. He posted a photo of his plane wheels with a pack of butter underneath it. Ha ha ha, brilliant. Carl Hanlon doesn't think that the 737 has a rat. Okay. Well, don't know. Does the 737 have a ram air turbine, which is a little propeller which drops underneath in an emergency, will fall out from the aircraft, has to be restowed by hand, I believe, which generates power. It's like an electrical, it's like a wind turbine that we see in the fields and out in the water, out in the channel, huge wind turbine blades, man, these days. Unreal, some of the sizes of them. Ooh, hello, big lad. Come on, over here. Come on. That's a good boy. Yes, you are. Sananda saying that the 737 does have a ram, or at least some of them do. Mate, all aircraft have to have a ram air turbine of some form of last ditch redundancy. Toby Skinner's returning member to Premium. Welcome, Toby, good to see you. Andy saying APU failures are very rare. Systems monitor all APU vital signs. Automated assessment and backup is in play. There we go. How about that? Cool. See, he's been to the milk bar and all, look. Must be a big trough of milk down there somewhere. Oh yeah. Well, we'll see. Be an interesting one to see how that fight plays out, won't it? Oh, really? Joe? Yeah. There's a number of variants that are, well, is there actually? I'm trying to think now. Don't think I've flown the ATR. I've flown all the narrow body variants. seconds. I'd say I'm about 300 yards from the runway. I'm just looking at it from the point of view. I should bring me a rangefinder up, shouldn't I, next time I'm up here? My golf ball rangefinder. Trent 700s. JG May, was she patchy? I think that's inspection. That's a sign of the aircraft having gone through some kind of bodily inspection. So they only clean the areas where they need it to be washed, inspected, so as to, you know, so you can pinpoint those particular areas. Eugene Ming, if you're using a rat, it's a bad day in the office. Yeah, there is Kelvin. Kelvin was the man with the biscuits, the biscuits at Aviation Retail Direct. Probably end up going there tomorrow at some point. Got to take the models back, haven't we? Great. Spywalks, Jowl 43, second to land. Charlie Waterman, just seeing you from the bus that's sitting towards the runway. Is that him down there and that bus down there? It's Charlie Waterman. Big old lad coming up to line up behind the 330neo now. Rob Walker. Afternoon, no, it's been a while since I was last with you all live, but been very busy lately. Rob, good to see you busy. Always good to keep busy, innit? Lovely to see you back, mate. Yeah, so look out for a show. Make a note in your diary, folks, for December the 30th, December 30. Maybe doing some, well, the plan is to be doing something with Avion Simulation, Captain Chris, and Johnny. Is it nice thumbnail, potentially? Oh yeah, here we go. Look, yeah, I know, mate, I know. Yeah, we got one of those fireman's poles going straight down into ARD from the flat upstairs. Really? 800 yards? Really? I don't know. How reliable is all of that? Saudia UK upgraded his membership to first class, so Saudia fancies a bit of anchorage, does he? H. Dot has emailed ARD today, liked by the UPS MD-11. That's an interesting one. I'm pretty sure that they've got a UPS MD-11, or am I don't know. Is he here? Steph, yes. It's just great place to, just a great place to visit in terms of the models that are there, but also the people that are there. We just have great conversations with everyone. Patchy as well, look. New set of rims on the front there. No brakes on the front wheels. Samuk has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Samuk. I don't know, man. I mean, I play golf and I look at yardage and all that. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is about how many yards is that, actually? He's saying. Yeah, it's going to look less, isn't it? Yes. It's how many yards? Slinger? Oh, okay. Brian Stewart, no, that's 2 par 4s, that is, or a very long par 5 and another long par 4, a 400-yarder thrown on the back end of it. If not, that doesn't look like that to me, man. Get that big heavy gear up now, as quick as you can. Well, there you go then. That does not look 800 yards to me. And I know my distances. I don't think it is too much in terms of me being, yeah, it's not as much as me being, I'd say that's closer to 400 yards. If that, to the middle of, to the keys. Left turn, Clay. Right here then. Clear takeoff. 27 right. Caution, weight turbulence. 27 right. BEA 5. Saying it's 400 yards. Okay, I'm right then. Right from the get-go, I said 400 yards, didn't I? Max as well. Yeah, it's a 9-iron for McIlroy, isn't it? Only joking, of course. 5 wood or something like that. Yeah. Sleek 220. CXM 58 minutes out. Is that the freighter? Here comes another lowrider, or another hot rod. Here comes a hot rod. Oh, here we go, look. There we go, look. Oh my God, is that all it is? Funk in, there it is. Oh, that's funked all over it, isn't it? Look at that, man. Oh, what a shot, what a shot. God, I love a bit of funk. Hey, look at that narrow body there, man. See, look how thin it is compared to the 320. It's a big fat. But look, skinny little thing, look. Aidan Campbell, CXM is indeed Cathay 747. Oh, Screaming Emu, Battle of Britain in the flat, Dachshund versus Spitfire. I'm guessing that the Spitfire didn't really fare all that well. Unless, of course, it's adopted it like a toy, like its friend, or whether it was like going left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. It's funny when dogs do that. It's a bit like that kitten on that dog's tail the other day. Yeah. Ruby Blue, welcome to first class. She's brand new, is Ruby Blue, and she's coming with us to Anchorage. Wow. Not going to see you again, folks, until Wednesday in Anchorage, man. And we're getting there late on Tuesday, so it's straight to the hotel, and that's it. Next morning, straight into filming. We've obviously got to do a few tests as well and make sure that, you know, the hotel Wi-Fi is delivering properly, which it says it will. It's a new hotel as well, so it should do. Hot rod. Richard Dockeray, why are the old C300s now referred to as Airbus A220? Wow, that's amazing, Richard, that you say that. Yeah, that's easy for you to say. Wow, that's Bombardier was originally the CS series, is what he's saying there. We'll start up Air India going out on the southern runway. Richard, old C series, yes, they were once Bombardier, but Airbus bought the C series line off of them, lock, stock and barrel. Initially it was a sort of like partnership with Bombardier Airbus. They bought a big share in it, but then they realised the potential of the aircraft and suggested to Bombardier, who were struggling at the time, let's be honest, as has Embraer been doing as well. Are we going to have a 380 last out? Are we going to have a 380 last out? I think we are. So that became the A220, Richard. I hope that explains it. I've got 20%, yeah, that's flashing. Right, stand by. Just check my... Is that the number 3? Is that the number 3, Mike? It is the number 3. Awesome. Stand by. Oh, 380, come on. Yeah, she's staying here, mate. She's staying with us. Look at these last 3 jets to go out, folks. Yes, indeed, A320-300. There are the A220 1s and 2s and 3s, isn't it? There's our, as always, like clockwork, every day, 3 o'clock on 27 operations, there is our ops guy or girl waiting for to do the runway inspection. Maybe learn what that is today. It's the combustor. Bleed air going into the combustor. Found that out today from our new, well, not new member, but someone who's with Pratt & Whitney, works for Pratt & Whitney, knows all the stuff about the engines, and explained exactly what that was, the noise that we hear, the howl, the Wookiee howl that we've talked about. It is actually, oh, listen to this. Anna C's a new member, welcome Anna. See if we get a rise out of that front undercarriage, that link arm. Look at the link arm, the V-shaped link arm. See whether it extends at all under power. Should do, it'll lift the front. It's almost like doing a wheelie kind of thing. Depends on the amount of power delivery on spool up. From a standstill it always happens, more likely to happen than a rolling start. Screaming Emu, no, negative. It is indeed bleed air, a mixture. It's a bleed air system, is what he told us. The combustor combined with the bleed air system procedures. Okay, folks, we're going to stick around for the Singapore freighter. That's going to be our closeout for today. Sorry, Cathay freighter. Still a couple more to go out. It's another example of the raked wingtip that we were talking about earlier. So many great questions asked today as well on the show, which is, you know, it's just constant. I love it. I can't get enough of it. I love people asking questions or giving technical information or advice or anything like that. I love it. It's great. Aviation Addict has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Aviation Addict. Very kind of you. All the time skywalks, but more likely to happen, to be honest with you, with Emirates on the dual 380, one in and one out. Mind you, is that a BA 380 on approach now? It's just there was a case of that earlier on today as well. In fact, one going out and one coming in. It's just a coincidence. It's, well, to be honest with you, it's not something that they plan for, whereas Emirates kind of do. Screaming in me, when I was new to the 220, I happened to be at the training centre when one of their 220 test pilots was there. He explained it as it was one specific fan blade section. Well, I don't know. Yeah, there you go. You see, but he's not. I mean, if I would have thought, I mean, the guy with Pratt & Whitney, he obviously knows his stuff, and he's a technician on the Pratt & Whitney engine. I don't know, maybe that guy, understandably, because when you think about it, you know, when you think of being behind that thing, man. When you think about, I'd chase it, mate. I'd chase it. How close can you get? God, Sam, be buffeted around, mate, wouldn't he? I'd be so tempted to chase after it, like we did at Munich. Give it another. Just brake, mate. Just brake for a second. Brake for a second. Oh no, no chance, because we've got the other one coming in. Look. I've been screaming at you, I don't know, maybe training centre, one of the 220 test pilots, maybe that was their own take on the cold air over the front, because it does sound like air over the fan blades, doesn't it? Like you're blowing over a bottle of water. So maybe he just took it on himself. I don't know if he explained to you where he got that information from, but I would tend to definitely go with our member Afterburner from who is with Pratt & Whitney engines. Knows his stuff. Oh, we've got one last departure. Virgin just quickly going out. Steph, how much for the head run would you need to outrun it? Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, you know, in terms of 0 to sort of like 60 knots, I remember when they, on Top Gear, where they did the Typhoon, didn't they? Where they had the Typhoon and the sports car, I think it was a Bugatti Veyron or something like that. And of course the Veyron does it completely on 0 to sort of like that initial, there'll always be a bit of a lag with any jet engine when you start the spool up. There's a lot of inertia to start, isn't there? You need to get the whole big unit moving. That's why pilots like to do a rolling start. Sandra Barrett has no, Sandra is a brand new member to Big Jet TV. JRP 24. Subscriber JRP24. He has a master's in airport management, specialising in aircraft noise and SID design over local communities. Sound something deadening? Sound? What's SID apart from Sid James? Happy to take questions, JRP is saying. Flying Volvo. Badders 56. What is CX7? It's a Cathay Pacific 747 freighter, Batters. Thank you, everybody. Nigel Gay, looks like BA320 from Geneva, first to land, 27 right. Oh, standard instrument departures. Oh, 5 minutes later, man. Five minutes later, man. Nice eclectic mix of colours on those nails and that. Okay, so what I need to do now is shift that over there like that. Bring this over here like this, so that I can get a good shot of landings and okay. South America. Run DMC. Oh yeah, folks, fancy a bit of anchorage? Here we go. Run VT GP. We are live, folks. Welcome back. Here we go. Oh, she's heavy, man. She's heavy. Beautiful big bird, man. This is definitely a flipping eagle, this one, look. Oh, look at that. Listen to that. Yes! Tell you what, Gary Lyon asking a very good question there just before we went to that VT. Now the 321 XLR is a commercial flight operation. Do you think maybe Virgin or BA could order some of them? Well, the 321 obviously in terms of its capacity, it's a game changer in terms of its range, but you know, BA or Virgin would have to order multiples of them in order to cover off the current aircraft in their fleet. So I wouldn't imagine they would switch, would add 321 XLRs into the fleet. I wouldn't imagine so anyway, but you know, you never know. Right, let me switch to this because excuse me for a minute, folks. I just need to get my focusing dialed in, which is about there, I think. Is it? Or maybe a little bit more. Great question, Gary. We've got Samuk has gifted another 10 channel memberships, I think, and also Mark Barr has gifted a channel membership. So on the approach to 27 right London Heathrow, folks. Now the runway operations have changed like they do every day on westerlies. Getting the call out with Airbus 100. $70, $60, $50, $40, $30, $20. Retard. Bit late on that, wasn't it? Float the goat. bird. Yeah. But $4.99 for 1 month, really? Wow. Oh, bless him. Okay, yeah. It is a shame, isn't it? We can't, yeah, it is a shame, isn't it, that we can't. Absolutely. Unfortunately, because of the cloud, there was a bit of a shot of funk going on there, wasn't there, look? Yeah, man. That was almost funkadelic to a certain degree. No need to ask. That burrito. This is where everyone's rushing to undo their seatbelts so that they can stand up in the aisle and stand there for another 5 minutes. I love it, man, the mad rush. I want to be first to undo my seatbelt. I love it when people they even get the timing wrong. They undo their belts and stand up as the aircraft's literally coming to a halt. And you know, you have the cabin crew are like, mate, really? What is the point? So that you can get your suitcase out of the top thing and out of the overhead and then have to stand there for another 10 minutes or so. Sit down, relax, take your time. No one's going to push in front of you. It's fine. Gotta be off! I've got to be off! Quickly, quickly, quickly! So I can go and stand in another line at the passport control. And then another line at the... If you get there early, mate, you're just going to stand there waiting longer for your cases, man. It's always going to happen. You're not actually going to make any time up. People of all descriptions and types are doing that. It's just such a waste of time and energy, isn't it? You know. It's all for one and one for all as well, you know. Everyone's very courteous, don't get me wrong. You know, they don't push in front of you. Like, all the people behind you will wait for you to come out of your seat and get your stuff out of the overhead. You know, you don't have to stand up like, quickly get off your belt, quickly undo it, quickly stand up. Still standing there for 10 minutes. Oh, well done. I have a little chortle when that happens. Sometimes people look at me and I look at them and go, I'm all nice and comfortable here, mate. You're all hunched up underneath the bleeding stowage bins, aren't you? Hey, see what good that did, eh? Hello, reception. Jerry, yes, I'm just putting you through. Hello? Hello, I've got Gillian on the phone for you. I'll put her through. All right then, just putting you through. Thanks very much. Hello? Oh, right. Embraer E145 with the Allison engine. It doesn't matter if you've got a connection or not. You're not going to get off any quicker, unless, of course, it's a flight that you've been massively delayed at the other end, and the cabin crew will help you out if that's the case. Normally on a on a long haul flight, and you do have a connection, but you're not. It's like it causes chaos, doesn't it? Whatever. Tin, big improv TV. There's your glide slope, ladies and gentlemen. Looks odd, but let's see if we can bring that manual focus in a little bit tighter, shall we? Wait a minute. Stand by. Oh, nearly. Oh, flipping heck. There it is, there it is. When it turns blue. What's that? What is it? Yes, yes, yes. Sean Pascal, well, Jerry, you haven't been on a flight to the Philippines where they rush to get off the plane and still wait 2 hours for your flight. Yeah, yeah, so true, isn't it? It's like when we get off at Minneapolis, it's like, might as well just let everyone get off, mate. Just let them all get off and take your time. I don't have to worry because I've got global entry. Tin. When I fly to Honolulu from Narita next June, I'm literally flying back in the same seat on the same aircraft a few hours later. To stay in your seat. It's very funny, Roxy. I don't like getting off first because I've no idea where I'm going. Yeah, it's pretty well signaged though, isn't it? It's not like, left or right, left or right. There's always just generally one route that you can take, but yeah, I know what you mean. Neil Schwartz. Here in South Africa, we have a domestic airline that do not allow people standing up the disembark 5 rows at a time. It's a much better system. Well, they did that at the during when flying came back after COVID, didn't they? They had people disembarking one row at a time, which is what they do now, but in one group at a time. So it would be everybody up to row whatever, row 5 or something like that. You can get off now. Everybody remain seated until the engines are switched off and the seatbelt signs have been turned off. Totally ignore you, don't they? Totally ignore you. I must say though, we do from time to time get people who take the mickey out when it comes to carry-on luggage. Anyway, that's another story, isn't it? Yes, Freddie Laker. Oh mate, if I was cabin crew, mate, I would be doing that. See, I'd be doing that announcement every time we land. Don't worry, I'll tell him. I'll tell him. Hey, you, yeah, you. Sit down, mate. Is it still on, isn't it? Yeah. Everyone's looking at him. I wouldn't need to use the intercom. The ranting cabin attendant. A bit floaty. Went for the aiming point. See, that's the aiming point there, folks. That's that's when they're flying in. They're seeing that main two big stripes, and that is the beginning. That's the touchdown zone. Basically starts around here, and then you have different markers for different pointers. But there is your touchdown zone. Interesting that the Pappies are right next to the touchdown zone. Is that just coincidence, or is that the case in all airports that the Pappies are generally located next to the aiming point markers? H. liking the Aegean chunky landing, screaming emu. Chunky landing, interesting. I like that. Yeah, do need a seatbelt lock switch. Spirit of Freddy. Was there a jumbo called the Spirit of Freddy then? That's funny. Graham Mead. Yeah, small childs and babies first on. They don't take the mum on, do they? Or the mum and dad. They take the whole bleeding family on. Anyway, it is what it is. The ongoing exploits of boarding and disembarking an aeroplane. Wow. Spirit of Sir Freddy, wow. And that is, I guess, Branson's honour to him, paying homage to him, yeah, homage to Sir Freddy, who I used to drink in a pub, and he lived over the other side of the road. Never met him, but anyway. Richard the Roadie, good afternoon to you. Johnny B. Well, Johnny, they do, this is a real Jordanian. They do clean them. We don't get to see it because they've got such a big fleet of aircraft, mate. You know, so it's all about cycle and turning around an aircraft, and whether you've got time to clean it. Look at the state of some of these. Look at the Kenya Airways jets; they're filthy. Depends on the environment that they come from as well. You know, when you've got somebody like Etihad or Qatar or Gulf Air, they're always clean, aren't they? Because all they've got is dust. From the sand, isn't it? Sandy environment. But for climates like European climates, where it's all wet and mushy, and you know the runway edges are just all, you know, a mix of grass and mud and grime and all that kind of stuff. That all gets mixed into the runway during takeoff, you know, and landing, and oils and all that kind of stuff, and grime basically from the tyres as well. You know, that's interesting. A few spots of rain. What's going on there? Engine inspection on that 350. Looks like all the cowls are up. All Nippon. come the boards. Quite a late deployment. I'm guessing that is half deployment, and then when you get the full gear down, full weight on wheels, the boards will come up full, or unless that was manually selected. Probably auto, I'd imagine. Batters 56. Oh my God, look who it is in Chile. A ghost through the mist. He's still got the Big Jet TV top on, man. Folks, that's the man who basically runs, that's the bloke who runs Gemini Jets, ladies and gentlemen. Walked off his aircraft yesterday, the Virgin Atlantic 350, and was at the baggage claim wearing that very same top, and the captain of the plane that he just disembarked from came up to him and said, well, I've got me money, reached into his bag, and he had a Big Jet TV thermos cup. Crazy man, crazy. Just love. I'm just very humbled. I'm humbled with so many people having the respect. Should go and get him. Should go and get him, really. Russ, he's listening. Russ, get over that. And come round. He's walked up here, hasn't he? I can get him up here, can't I? I know it's a bit naughty, but he's come round here from. He's come all the way from Florida. Not walked, obviously. Russ, come over this way, mate. Russ! Dad! That's a bit of, sorry, that's a bit of, Dad! Here, this way. Alan Partridge, sorry. Here he comes, he's got it. Right, folks, just stand by. I'm gonna go down and meet him. Come round the front. I'll meet you round there. Okay, hold on, folks. Back in a second. How far is CX7, GP? I'm going to leave it. Shall I leave it there so you can see planes coming in? Stand by, folks. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It's already up here. Right, okay. Russ, ladies and gentlemen, give him a wave. That must be a bit smelly, that top, by now, isn't it? No? Got quality Big Jet TV merchandise. Right, okay. So we are hanging for the 747, folks. And in the meantime, we'll probably get a few half-decent departures as well. Trebor, or Trebor Yanarak, is a brand new member. Welcome, Trebor. Oh, did we see Pinky? Mate. Who? What, eh? You little... Why, you little... Well, I'll tell you what, I'll laugh my head off if he comes out now. We've got to make a t-shirt, Gilly, haven't we? Well, yeah, but can't you just use that? Can't you just... Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Is it big enough to be able to recreate it in a drawing or something like that? You know? Someone who's an artist. He's an artist! Are these all your guitars? Do you wanna take a band? Yeah, we'll probably sell about 2. Everyone says they'll buy it, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We'll put it in the store, shall we? Let's put it in the store. Just so for our rather well-stocked shop. There's 4 people who said they'll buy one. Love how the ground spoilers and the flaperons and the ailerons, well, part of the aileron anyway, at least the inboard section of the aileron used as a ground spoiler as well. Multi-functioning flight surfaces, speed brakes and ground spoilers. "15 minutes out," Rab H saying, thank you. Oh, Aaron Thomas in the meantime, EK31, 10 minutes out. There we go. Had their freighter in yesterday, didn't they? Yeah, that's... Oliver. Welcome back, Oliver. Ollie. Ollie. Flips on that wing. used to know her when I was doing my magazine up in up north. I had a mate of mine who was a really amazing artist. Did some good impressions of me, I have to say, cartoon impressions of me. Difficult to get hold of. I tried to get hold of him a while back, but he's I think he's overseas. Say about Kenya Airways, it's actually quite a clean jet for Kenya. Wow, right on the markers. Wow, it's raining. Well, I bleeding hope it's not going to now. Adam M is a returning first class member. Welcome back, Adam. I think it's gonna... Yeah, we will do a Pinky Tea show. Just need to remember to do it, Gillian. You know. I bet you I can find a decent tug shop. Because it's not a tug, is it? It's a trolley. It's a trolley. Vehicle, isn't it? It's a airport trolley vehicle. It's not a tug, because you get confused with Adam M. Welcome back. We got him back, didn't we? We got Bobby13 gifting 10 channel memberships and Scott Cowell gifting 5. Thank you so much. Mainly on behalf of the lucky people who've been gifted. It's fantastic. What? Brilliant. He's run out of charcoal. It's funny, isn't it? When you befriend people, sometimes they're 99% of the time they're lovely and they're humbled by it and they appreciate it and everything. But unfortunately, some people take it upon themselves that because you've said hello to them, the next thing you know is you've got to go around their house and do the gardening or something. I don't know. Or, you know, be their best friend forever and ever. A bit like the Alan Partridge show. I must refer you back to. Oh, go on, Alan. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit worried right now. Paul's getting 10 degrees at Heathrow. Finlay. Sean Murray, Jet 2 pilot inbound from Edinburgh on an A320neo, ETA 2 minutes. Jet 2 pilot. Okay, ex-Jet 2 pilot, is that Finlay? And what's the flight number? It's in, yeah. Yeah, the lawnmower's US at the moment, I'm afraid. Inoperative. Ran out of blades. In fact, the blades on the mower are being refurbished, and that's going to be 6 months, I'm afraid. So all those waiting for their lawns to be mown, you're just going to have to wait. It'll be a jungle by the time I get out there, so unlucky. Jackie Jenkins, yes, Pinky is indeed owned by United Airlines. aviation addict, I don't believe that there are not many pinkies around, it has to be said. We did get a picture from somebody from a US airfield the other day of a cabriolet pinky, wasn't it? It was a cabriolet pinky, didn't have a roof on it. Rab H, we will see snow at Anchorage. Too bleeding right we will, mate. It's one of those things whether you ask for chains on the wheels. I don't think we're going to get them. Did we get? Have we got an SUV? We've got an SUV, haven't we, Julie? One cat's short of crazy. Giving a shout out with gratuity towards membership. Thank you. One cat short of crazy. That's you in it, Julie. Actually, that passed a long time ago, didn't it? Well, Stu and the crew, there's a pinky at Vegas, apparently. And there's one at LAX, okay. Well, we better get it on a t-shirt, Julie, before someone else copies it, if you know what I mean. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more, say no more. Olé, biscuit barrel. Now, the key with these 350s is to get all three wheels on the ground at the same time. Nearly. It's all based on the perfect landing pitch. Normally would put that jet all three wheels level. Indeed, for tank, Olé, biscuit barrel. Pico 7. I don't care how much snow is at Anchorage, just so long as I have clear days. That's the plan. Nice and clear during the day, that's what we need. If something blows in, then so be it, but we just take it as it comes, folks. It can snow and blow all overnight all it likes, but I just pray for, I just hope for clear, crisp, even if it's freezing. I've got me big boots, me big furry boots that I got in Finland. I bought them in hell. I bought me furry boots in hell. Can you believe that they've got a shop for cold stuff in hell? Oh, Brian Stewart, thank you. That's made me feel good. Nice Malaysian 350. Wow, Ellen, mostly sunny while you're there, man. Is this the 747 up next? Looks like 4 on the floor. Or is it 380? EK31, is it? See how the undercarriage is pitched forward there, folks. Now, a little bit higher flare. Wow, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it, man. Alex Hilton, I bloody love Anchorage. For when it freezes over. Chris Clark. Steve, do you plan to go back to hell? Well, I tell you what, it was bleeding terrible there in terms of everything. It was hell, really, in Helsinki. I wasn't that well as well, was I, Chili? I seem to remember I had a bit of a throat, didn't I? 3 out, CX7 Avro Arrow, thank you. Pardon me. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Oh, this looks like, is this new livery? I think this is new livery, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Bigger lettering on the sides. New flag on the back. See how the engines, the outboard engines, are nowhere near the outside, the outer edges of the runway, folks. See what I mean? Old wives' tale, that. In fact, I think I started it all those years ago about the reason why she only has inboard reversers. The reason why she only has inboard reversers is because she only needs 2 inboard reversers. In fact, she doesn't need any reversers. She could do all her braking using the wheel brakes and the spoilers on the wings. But when Airbus designed the Airbus A380, when they approached their customers, the airlines, with the idea and and how the operations of the aircraft, they were very shocked to see you're not using reversers. Why is that? Well, you don't need them. Well, we want them as a backup, or as we were discussing earlier on, a redundancy. And they do use them, fully use them. But literally, Airbus was so sure of the aircraft's braking power that because there's 16 wheels braking that aeroplane, folks. 16 very powerful wheels braking systems, and that's not just 16 single brakes, that's 16 brakes with about 6 discs on each wheel, so 36 wheels of braking basically. So that's why they Airbus decided to meet the customers halfway and said, well look, I'll tell you what, 2 reversers will be ample. And they were like, okay, well show us the numbers and we'll make a decision on that. But I think it was okay. Here we go then, folks. Last plane before Anchorage. Oh, and look at that. The last plane we see before Anchorage is a 747. So tune in for more of this on Wednesday and Thursday of next week, and we might also have a nice little surprise for you out there when we're out there. That's why we've extended it through to Friday, folks. Bernd Kunz, thank you, Bernd. Colin Blaine's wife, Joanna Blaine, who lets me watch you on Sundays. Brilliant. Thanks, Joanna. Oh, mate, he's thinking, oh, I'll go do the dishes now, aren't I? Please, Jerry, just stay for me. This is the big Dash 8, folks. Terry Ashworth, straight in there, joining us. yeah. Get those boards up, mate. Nice. Gen X engines at full tilt. Go, folks. Well, next time we see you, thank you to the courtyard and all the people who work here as well. I've got some great feedback from got some great feedback. Oh, smell that rubber, man! Smell that! Oh, look at that! Oh, I tell you what. I'm going to do my little closeout, folks, but I'm going to get that 380 climbing out into that sunset, and I mean emotion Shelley, folks. Thanks, Jilly. Thanks, Darren. Thanks, Trish. Thanks, everybody who's looked after us. Thank you to everybody who's gifted memberships today, folks. Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to all our returning members, as well as our brand new members as well. Keep those questions coming. Got a new member today, Afterburner. Well, actually, he's not a new member. He's an existing member, been around a while, I think. But he was gifted a membership, wasn't he? He is a new member. He was gifted a membership. He's been a viewer a while, but he said he's going to stick around. And we really value folks like you. We've got Screaming Emu, Ellis Chernoff, Captain Ron, so many amazing people on our channel, Rolls-Royce Engineer, and of course now with Afterburner, and of course all the rest of you who give us so much great information. Whether you paste it from Google or what, I don't care, because it's always starts the discussion going, isn't it? It's a bit like the air starters on the plane, isn't it? Where you feed it full of information and then it winds up and begins this whole conversation. It's a good analogy, that, isn't it? But yes, so next stop, Alaska, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the one who's going out there. Jilly's going to be in the hotel all nice and warm and cosy. Oh, yes, hello. And I've got my boots, I've got my big boots and all that kind of stuff. It's fresh it's fresh snow as well, so it's going to be very crumpy and very sort of like, you know, deep. So I've got to be careful on that ridge, because the ridge is going to be a lot wider, appear to be a lot wider, because of the build-up of snow on it. Come on, wait for that 380 to go. Come on, son. Because that 380 will literally, I think, well, should we get this one just before we go then? Yeah. No, George is not being looked after. I'll just leave him for the week. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. It's canny. Go out and kill a few mices. No, he's looked after, folks. He's looked after. Very well indeed. Still moaning, you know. Why do you let me out? Yeah. Just waiting for that 380 to go, folks. Stand by. Blimey, hold on a minute. Got some more members. Rob Guest is a new returning first class member. Welcome back, Rob. Jill Baxter is a returning first class member as well. Welcome back, Jill. Drew is a returning first class member. Welcome back, Drew. Good to see you all, folks. And of course, don't forget, folks, that, you know, I mean, we do travel twice a month overseas, once a month to a European destination and once a month to an international destination. And of course, we've got another one to come before Christmas. And don't forget that a date for your diary, folks, is December the 30th. December 30th. It's a bit of a rainbow there, look. Display jet. Yeah. Watch the deflex on the wing. Yeah. Beautiful. Come on, son. What are you hanging for? Is he next to go? What's your flight radar saying? Flight radar 24. Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, important date, December the 30th, folks. That important, I forgot to tell you. No, December the 30th will be an evening show. Well, late afternoon, early evening. Actually, I think it's going through the rainbow. That one had gone, but there was an earlier one. I think it's about 2:30 in the afternoon, something like that. Yeah, we're going to be in a fully licensed motion simulator in Luton, folks. We hoping at the moment we've got it. It's Captain Chris, unless his roster changes or he's called in to stand in for somebody else. We don't know. But him and Johnny, who is my nephew. And Johnny is now a sort of like, I would say, a fully qualified sim pilot. And the challenge will be with Captain Chris overseeing him. We'll be doing a ferry flight from London Heathrow down to London Gatwick, and then on top of that, we'll be doing some sort of like crosswind landings and stuff like that, which will possibly move us on to something else. But that will be quite a decent show. A couple of cameras in there, one POV. I'll be on the flight deck filming. So we're controlling everything while we're in there as well. And this will literally go, folks, from Johnny preparing and submitting the flight plan. Wow, let's start that 777 up again, man. Hot rod lined up. Right, here we go. Here we go. Let's hope she climbs up. I hope this is worth it. get you on the rotator roundabout. Point, here she comes now. Stand by the run to VTGB. I'm going to run the Anchorage run for the last time. Oh no, don't worry about it. Just run normal tyres. It's fine. Okay, stand by. Thanks everybody. Love y'all. And man, you guys are great. You guys are great. Thank you to everybody. Each and every one of you. We will see you on Wednesday in Anchorage, but we will be doing a probably waiting for a plane video that we've been doing recently from London Heathrow, Terminal 3, same place, isn't it? Terminal 3, waiting for a plane. Right folks, take care, see you later, run VT.